So, good morning to all the good people. Great seeing everybody again this morning. Transport Forum, and it's today, the 20th of August, and we're talking about public transport and policy and regulation and strategy, important issues in our industry today, very important, and it's great having the Bunye Group hosting us today. We really appreciate the Bunye Group's support. Vuji and your team, thank you very much for supporting us. It's great being part of the Transport Forum and the Bunye Group and all the events you are hosting with the Transport Forum. We really appreciate that. While we're waiting, there's still a lot of people joining in. Let's do a little bit of housekeeping. Let me remind you about, some of you might not be used to Zoom yet, so let me help you a little bit about Zoom. You will see at the bottom of your screen, bottom left of your screen, there's a mute and a stop video option. Should you want to save some bandwidth, you can stop your video, but it's not necessary. It's always nice to see all the faces. And also kindly keep yourself muted all the time as we pick up a lot of background noises. So me acting as host, my job is also to mute people as we go along. Sometimes we accidentally unmute ourselves or so on. We will, during the panel discussions or questions and answer sessions, they will give you guys opportunity to ask questions to the panelists. And so we tend not to take questions during the presentations and so on, so that we don't have too many interruptions. And so then we will give you opportunity during the panel discussion to ask questions. You can, at the bottom of your screen, you'll see there's a chat option where you can go and have a look at the chat box. I see already a lot of people are greeting each other there. It's great. Talking to each other there. You can send messages. Bear in mind that should you send private messages, the administrator after the meeting can also see the private messages. So take note of that. You can also click on participants. You can see who's the other people in the meeting, and you can mouse over yourself, your own name, and if maybe you depicted as a device name or something, you can rename yourself so that we can see. Sometimes people rename themselves name dash company name, and so people can see, from which company you are and you are representing. Yeah, then it's a good idea to put the phone on silent. Just checking mine is on silent, yes. In case of emergencies, guys, have a look at your inbox. Should something happen of this event, we will send you information how to rejoin a session again through making use of email, because we do have all your email addresses. Also, the guys following on YouTube, you're welcome during the session to post questions, and then we will see if we can get to those questions as well during the panel discussion. You can also, in the participants screen, or in a participants box, you'll see there's at the bottom a raise hand function where you can raise your hand should you want to ask a question, and I'll do my best to get to that question of yours. After event, we'll send you emails with a link to kindly give feedback on this event. Your feedback is extremely important for us to keep the Transport Forum up to standard. And also, we appreciate always your suggestions for topics, maybe for future events and so on. So yeah, we would really appreciate that. Yeah, then the presentations. Let me just share my screen. Just want to show you our agenda here. Just bear with me for a moment. So our agenda today, policy, legislation, and strategy in public transport. And we're hosted by the Bunye Group. I'll give Visile Majola a moment just now to tell us more about the Bunye Group. So I'll give her the last word during the sponsors recognition, and she will also obviously do the official welcome for us. But I want to give recognition to our other sponsors. We've got University of Johannesburg. That's the Institute for Transport and Logistics Studies. Africa was created within the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management at the University of Johannesburg in response to the industry's need for independent, unbiased, relevant, and up-to-date research. University of Johannesburg, Prof. Jackie Walters, Dr. Nalin Pisa, and them have been involved with the Transport Forum since actually the inception of the Transport Forum 13.5 years ago. So our thanks go out to Prof. Jackie and Nalin for their support over the years. Then we've got PAXI. Now, PAXI is actually part of the PEPTOR group. If you don't know that yet, PAXI is a parcel service that allows consumers, agents, suppliers, and institutions to send, collect, and return parcels to over 2,000 PAXI collection points. For your convenience, there's a PAXI point at every PEP. So that's great to know that, and a very convenient service across the country. PAXI is a gold sponsor of the Transport Forum now for their first year, and we really appreciate their support. We've got Kalula. We know they're under administration. We're looking forward to their announcement. Last time they said that they're going to do announcements on the 28th of August, and we hope to see Kalula and British Airways, which obviously operate by Comair, to see them back in the air again soon. Ronel Stander and her team, they are keen supporters of the Transport Forum, so we proudly fly Kalula and British Airways. Then we've got Global Trade Solution. Global Trade Solution is a user-friendly, cloud-based international trade and supply chain solution that incorporates the core requirements to manage all activities around international supply chain in a compliant and cost-effective manner. GTS offers seamless integration with the various entities in the international supply chain, including the statutory agencies such as the customs authorities. They now the gold sponsor for 2 years, Louise Widget and her team. We really appreciate their support. Zutari, previously known as Oricon. I don't know if there's perhaps somebody from Zutari want to say a few words about Zutari. Anybody from Zutari perhaps? You can unmute yourself.
Hi Harry, it's Mike Cantondi here. Yeah, we've basically demerged from the global Oricon group and rebranded ourselves as Zutari. The main reason for that is we feel that we, as an African-owned entity, we are able to respond a lot easier and quicker to our clients' needs. And also we don't need to go through a lot of corporate requirements that we were required to go through as part of the bigger group. So we feel we are far more nimble, agile, and able to provide a far better service to our African clients as a separate entity. So we've rebranded and look forward to expanding our client base in South Africa and also Africa.
Great. Thank you very much, Mike. Zutari has been a gold sponsor for the Transport Forum, I think, for over 6 years already now. So it's an honor for us to have them associated with the Transport Forum. We've also got Freight News. Now, Freight News, they bring readers all a part of FTW and FTW Online. They have come to know and love and rely on with the addition of digital media benefits. These will include daily updates, breaking news, insightful columns, in-depth analysis and research, video, webinars, community news, and everything else that's expected of a rich multimedia site. So ladies and gents, if you've not been described with them yet, make a plan. You can also get all the links of these sponsors on the Transport Forum's website. I'll give you the web address just now again. Stay up to date with Freight and and logistics news by subscribing to Freight News. They've been a gold sponsor actually many years, since the start also from the Transport Forum. So thank you very much for that. We've got C-Track from Insigo. I don't know, Ray, you guys, you on board. Maybe some of the C-Track guys want to say a few words, perhaps. Unmute yourself. I don't see them there on board yet. Let me read a little bit about C-Track. They assist their clients to transform their business with innovative software as a solution, Internet of Things, and mobile solutions. We are passionate about changing the way business communicate, collaborate, and operate around the world, allowing you to take action on the insights from our cutting-edge devices and cloud platforms. Our support and hardware solutions come together in clever, user-friendly, and powerful software systems, enabling your business to always be visible. And that's the important thing. Your assets to be visible all the time, inventory being visible, all your vehicles, your fleet management, and so on. So C-Track is the leader in this field, and they've been part of the Transport Forum since the start of the forum. Nick Flock, the original group CEO, is a keen supporter of the Transport Forum, and still I'm Jort, the MD, and Ray, the marketing executive. So we really appreciate C-Track. They're doing such important work in South Africa in our industry. We've got a Railways Africa magazine. Philippa and her team also been part of the Transport Forum for many years. They're the Africa Continent Specialist Trade Technical Business-to-Business publication and online news service covering all aspects of the rail sector. With the current investment and future potential investment being made in rail and rail infrastructure projects, Railways Africa brings both global and local consultants, manufacturers, suppliers, and OEMs to the fore. Published weekly online and in print 6 times a year, Railways Africa is the authoritative publication for the rail industry in Africa. So keep up to date, stay up to date with rail infrastructure news, the way to go. And then we've got Kuba. Maybe one of the Kuba guys want to say a few words. Unmute yourself. I suppose he'll still come on board. Let me read you a little bit. At Kuba, we believe ticketing should be safe, simple, and secure. That's why we deliver ticket as a service. For too long, ticketing systems have been complex, inefficient, and expensive. Transport operators have spent years and millions installing, upgrading, and maintaining ineffective systems that passengers didn't understand. Well, no longer. Kuba's lean, efficient, and scalable platform provides a modern solution to a traditional problem. Our range of plug-and-play systems are deployed in a matter of weeks and seamlessly grow with operators and changing needs. With clients across the world and offices in London, Johannesburg, Rome, Besançon, we are a truly global company with a truly global vision to banish the burden of ticketing. Integrated ticketing solutions. They gold sponsor the Transport Forum now for 3 years already. Previously been VIX Technologies. So it's great having Kuba on board. Thank you for your kind support. And we've got Optibus. Optibus is an ad hoc sponsor for 2 months. And they're all about proper scheduling your public operations, public transport services and operations. And we really appreciate their support. They're also UK-based. They've got the head office as well in Tel Aviv, international organization of note. So please go and ladies and gents, go and have a look at the links on the Transport Forum's website to better know about our sponsoring companies. Let me just quickly share with you that the presentations you see here today, they will be uploaded to the Transport Forum's website. There you see it, transportsig.com, a very popular website we have. And this afternoon still, we will upload all the presentations to this website. and you can download all of them complimentary. Also, obviously, all the presentations presented at the Transport Forum over the past 13.5 years are available for you to download. It's definitely one of the most powerful knowledge bases in transport in the world. We've already been complimented, internationally about this knowledge base. So if you want to download the presentations, you need to log in. So there's a login screen, username and password that you can log in. It's to the left of your screen. Should you go into that website, should you not have an account yet, then you can create your own complimentary account by selecting sign up. The sign up function then will take you through a short little process to create your own account, create your own username and password, and it will send you a confirmation email, and you'll have an account with the Transport Forum, all complimentary. And then you can click on you go to events and you select downloads, and once you've selected downloads, you will see there's the downloads little search engine. You can in the top field, you can type in, for example, the presenter's surname or name or the topic of his presentation. And should you click on search, it will give you all the presentations that person presented over the past 13.5 years. Or you can go to category, and should you select category, you can select today's date and you click on search, and it will give you all today's presentations according to date. So the search engine has been upgraded recently. We recategorized all those presentations over the past 13 years to make it much more convenient for you guys to search these presentations easily. Also take note that the Transport Forum has got a business directory. We've got Olga Mashilu from Buleng Bontle Consultants. We outsource this business directory to her, and the revenue she brings in with this business directly goes to her directly. It's also one of our BE initiatives, and you can take a picture of this number. It's only 450 rands per year to get your company listed on a Transport Forum business directory, and it's very popular. You can go and look at the hit rate on the ads we have in this business directory. It's very popular. So yeah, contact Olga, there's a number, and get your company listed. So that's about the Transport Forum. I would like now to give Vuisile Manjola the opportunity to do the official welcome. Thereafter, we will start with the rest of our program and getting our executives and our experts to talk to us, and I will announce them one by one. So Vuisile, thank you very much for your support. We really appreciate that. I'm going to stop share this side, and we will going to give you opportunity to do the official welcome, and you can then also do our first presentation talking about economies of public transport, a policy imperative. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to extend a word of gratitude to everyone who has joined us this morning, to all our speakers and panelists. We are really excited about what we are going to talk about today, and I think also just a brief reflection of where we have been. I mean, these forums started in March, and from March we have been able to do a deep dive into some of the challenges that are facing public transport in South Africa, and I'm really just grateful for all the speakers who have come through and joined us from our previous transport forum conversations, and also just a brief background as well on the relationship between Ubunye and the Transport Forum. So Ubunye concerns itself with becoming that platform for conversation that seeks to change the status of our public transport system. And the Transport Forum has really grown over the years and has created a really good track record with regards to bringing in to one room all the relevant stakeholders that should be having these conversations. And I think our hope together with the Transport Forum is that this does not just become a talk shop, but whatever engagements we have here are really some things that are going to inform policy, regulation, and most importantly, change that is required for our transport sector. So I'm really excited for today. Yeah, I think maybe I'll get back to you, Harry, while I set myself up, and then we can start.
Yeah, thank you, Vushi. It's great having the relationship with the Bunya Group, and may you be blessed with lots of business. And you know, we appreciate the important work for integration you guys are doing. You know, and we're going to listen to our presenters today to better understand, you know, what's happening out there and the challenges the public transport industry is facing on this stage with, you know, different silos in our industry and not properly integrated at all. But let me not try and be the expert and talking too much. We're also planning, let me tell them, the 1st of October, it's obviously a month of transport event. And Bunya Group is also collaborating there with University of Johannesburg, who's going to be our host for that event, to talk about, you know, how we should bring about better collaboration and better public transport services in South Africa. And that's going to be panned out as a roundtable discussion at the end of that event to put something on the table and that we can take it further. So we're really looking forward to that. I think it's sort of almost the first time a Transport Forum is going to do something like that, to have a round table and to put something on the table. Usually we just merely, you know, doing presentations and content provision and sharing and educating and stuff like that. But this time we believe that something, action should be taken now. And that's what we're going to do on the 1st of October as well. So yeah, Vuji, how's things going? You ready for it?
Yes.
She's going to talk to us about economies of public transport, a policy imperative. Thank you, Vuji.
Okay, I'm just going to share my screen now. Please let me know when it's done. I can't. Am I sharing already?
Not yet.
Okay. It worked this morning.
It will definitely work again. It's almost there. It's telling me you start. Okay. Almost there. There we go. Yes, we can see your
Started
slides.
Right at the bottom. Okay, just want to go back. Thank you everyone for your patience. Okay. All right. So in all our transport forum engagement, we always try to frame our discussion for the day. And today we are focusing on policy, regulation, and including standards for public transport. So in framing this, we thought it would be prudent to just give an overview of why public transportation and policy is important, specifically with a direct emphasis on the economy and the relationship of transport and the economy. So we looked at obviously the importance at macro level, where the whole economy has a direct, indirect, or even induced relationship with the transportation or mobility of people and of goods. In many developed countries, transport would account for 6 to 12% of GDP, with even some logistic costs going up to 25% of GDP. Now that would be at a macro level. Now at a micro level, which is industry and firm level, we see that transportation has a direct link to producer, consumer, and distribution costs. The importance of activities and infrastructure that is developed in the economy for transport has a direct impact on consumption expenses, as well as the livelihood of households. If we look at the South African context, we have a Statistics South Africa report which suggests that South Africans spend close to 28% of their household income on public transportation. Now, if there is an efficient, accessible, and cheap public transport or transport sector, you are able to reduce the costs of transportation, including in firms as well. I mean, the cost of each unit of output can be reduced to even about 4% by just fixing the efficiencies of public transport or of transport in general. Now, the development of transport systems always takes place at a socio-economic context. And policies and strategies are then developed with a focus on the physical capital that goes into the infrastructures, as well as the efficiencies of those public transport or transport in general activities. Now, irrespective of the importance of whether it's physical capital or labor or human capital that takes a center stage in the development of transport systems, they both need infrastructures for them to remain effective. And without those infrastructure bases, then efficient public transport cannot take place. Now, the development of these transportation systems is embedded within the scale and context in which they take place. For instance, if you are looking at the development of the BRT systems, the context for that development was that there was a need for an efficient public transport system that was going to be able to move masses of people during the World Cup. So the human capital aspect, as well as the physical capital aspect, are always thought of together, and as activities that underline the context and relationship for physical development in public transport systems. Now, the impact at aggregate level, when transport is efficient in a country or in a local economy, is that it reduces the cost of doing business in many economic sectors. There is collective prosperity, both economic, social opportunities arise from those efficiencies. And then there's accessibilities. People have access to markets, access to employment, and that then generates access to better opportunities and better livelihoods for households. I think I'm just going to skip the slide, but I think what's important here is that then we then look at the different layers or the different spheres of an economy at national level, which would be at macro level. The impacts would be on subsidies, regulation, taxation, as well as technology, and that would make up the socio-economic environment in a country. At meso or regional level, then you look at labor, the movement of materials, the markets, the suppliers, and the customers that are directly impacted and have better accessibility. And at a local level, then issues of land use, utility, the visibility and accessibility of transport, and the amenities, I always struggle with this word, that are created through efficient transport systems. Now, in categorizing the impacts of transportation importance, we look at the operational impacts, the core impacts, and the geographic impacts. Now, operationally, time, performance, and reliability are always a key factor. If a transport system is efficient, you significantly reduce the time it takes for the movement of people and the goods. There is better reliability on that. People can get to work on time, goods can be delivered on time, and you are reducing losses and damages and time lost for your labor force. At core, we look at the capacity of that transport system. Is it able to convey passengers and goods and significantly reduce or contain costs associated with supporting such mobility? And geographically, access to broader markets. I mean, if you're looking at South Africa's special geography, it is quite important that you have an efficient transport network which is able to make the borders narrow and allow people to move in between locations. And obviously, for firms, this would increase the scale in production, and firms can take advantage of economies of scale, their distribution networks, as well as the consumption of those products is improved. And as we saw in one of the reports by the Cities Network, is that the impacts on land values and land use on the BRT trunk routes were increased significantly, because there were retail opportunities that sprung up literally along the trunk routes, and the value of the land where you find the BRT stations has increased significantly. Now, if you're looking at transport as an economic factor, if transport is efficient with modern infrastructures, it always has a positive impact. You're looking at geographic specialization, increased competition, and increased competition not just within the transport sector or the different modes of transport, but increased competition with the firms that are directly impacted by access to an efficient transport system. Scale and scope of production is increased, and there's also increased land value. Now, opportunities that arise with an efficient transport system is that if you invest in transport infrastructure, and there are transport improvements of capacity, efficiency, and reliability, then we then see that we lower the transport costs significantly for the public transport user, or even for the commuter, for the businesses that rely on those modes of transport. There are shorter transit times. Businesses are able to expand. That obviously leads to an increased productivity, not just for the labor market, but for the commodities market as well. It leads to increased competitiveness of the country, and inevitably economic growth. Now, at a socio-economic level, we look at direct, indirect, and induced impacts. For instance, for users of public transport, there's time and cost savings. They can also generate income from transport operations, and I think that is very evident with the South African taxi industry. Employers and retail, there's wider access to labor and customers. They can generate rental income from those facilities that are situated where transport modes connect. And in society, improved mobility and accessibility obviously will lead to multipliers, economic multipliers, as well as other economic opportunities. Now, here's something that I always share, and this is something that is not really known outside of people who generally use the minibus taxi. So the minibus taxi is one of the biggest courier services in South Africa. And if you go to a taxi this morning and you want to ship something to Durban, all you need to do is go to a taxi rank, catch the first taxi, and you're guaranteed that your parcel is going to reach Durban on time, same day delivery. So those are just some of the income and that comes out of transport operations, even though we would not classify now that as freight or the movement of goods, but it's a service that has come out of the use of the taxi industry. I'm going to skip the slide. I think I've spoken to it. Now, economic opportunities that have come out of transportation. If we're looking at the cumulative modal contribution to economic opportunities from 1750, with a projection of 2050, we see that with globalization, road transport is really taking a dive, and there's an increase in now more technology-based transportation of services and communications, telecommunication, and air as well. We are seeing that with globalization and the fact that people no longer need to be in physical spaces to do business. We are seeing that the economic opportunities that come out of transportation, of physical transportation, are diminishing, except for those, for instance, of rail. I mean, if you are looking at Africa and you are looking at some of the planned rail corridors, you can then assume that rail is going to play a big role in creating economic opportunities in emerging markets. Now, transport investments and the physical capital that goes into public transport is always viewed as one that has declining marginal returns, and this is due to a high accumulation of existing infrastructure. In instances where there is a high level of accessibility and where transport network are already established, further investments would usually result in marginal improvements. Economic changes are also a reason for why investments in transportation have declining marginal returns, which is that the sectors that rely on different transport systems and capabilities are constantly changing. I mean, if you move from a primary, which is a resource extractive economy, to a secondary or a manufacturing economy, your transport infrastructure needs are going to change, as well as clustering. I think if you are looking at specifically South Africa, and if we zone in Johannesburg or the Johannesburg metro, and you look at the more developed suburbs of the north, and the clusters and agglomeration economies that happen there, and you're looking at the townships and the level of development in infrastructure in those townships, they're very, very different, and it's quite then difficult to develop advantages for businesses that operate in Soweto when you are making when you've made improvements in Sandton, and you cannot really reverse the improvement in accessibility. So what you need then to do is start investing again in that different location. I think just looking at the multiplying effects, if you are looking at the infrastructure, and South Africa has a very, very unique disposition, because you find areas that have newly built infrastructure. You find areas that have existing or old transport infrastructure, and they would then benefit from new economic activities, labor, resources, and markets. And then you'd go to undeveloped places where there is less multiplying effect. For instance, high infrastructure maintenance and upgrade costs. And I think we all have stories to tell around specifically the BRT and the limited productivity and efficiencies that have come with investing in the BRT. Trade connectivity and special inequalities that come with in investment in clusters versus following what is happening in the periphery. And I think perhaps in most metros or in most developed areas in South Africa, you would find a situation much similar to the diagram on number B, whereas in townships or even in other rural economies, you would find a scenario which looks pretty much like the diagram on A. Now, coming back to our discussion today is an understanding that transportation, and specifically public transport, plays a significant role in the economy and the efficiencies and the growth of an economy. Now, Ibrahim is going to assist us with this one. Now, the National Department of Transport released a national strategic map 2050, which basically gives a transportation or a public transport view on the direction that South Africa should take. And I think if we go and have a look at what that report suggested about policy, is that given the context of South Africa, there is important challenges that relate to an institutional framework for transport, and that there is high fragmentation within the sector in itself. And the consequence of that fragmentation is that there is lack of integration and coordination in transport planning and delivery, which then leads to an inefficient transport system. The strategy further suggests that there needs to be clear clarification and contextualization of transport roles and responsibilities between the three spheres of government, which would be at national, provincial, and at metro or municipal level, to achieve an integrated transport management solution, and the rationalization of legislation, as well as undertaking of institutional dispensation. And I think that is one of the biggest impediments with regards to achieving an integrated transport network. And there needs to be a focused approach in capacity building within government. And I think I'll just add to that with regards to saying there needs to be continuity, because we've seen ministers come in and we've seen public service officials come in and leave, and every time they take great strides towards achieving a policy framework that speaks to impacting economic growth through public transport. It all dies down when the next person comes in and they come in with their own ideas on how to do things. And there is also a drive for external innovation. And I think that is when forums and round tables, such as the one that Harry spoke about, are important, because the realization that government alone cannot innovate and create and support an efficient transport system is apparent. And I think later today, Ibrahim is going to take us through what has transpired since the 2007 strategy. We are going to hear from Justin Kutsia, who is going to take us through multimodality, last mile, first mile, importance of public transport and the impacts thereof on the economy and the general livelihoods. We are going to hear from Paul Browning, who's going to unpack for us what this anomaly that has become the backbone of the South African public transport sector is, and what it has achieved over time. And the idea behind all of this is that we are going to understand the importance of public transport and the role that it plays to the economy, and how do we then emphasize that role and amplify that role through policy and regulation. Thank you very much. I look forward to today's discussion. Mine was basically just to set the background story, and so that when the speakers come today, we have context as to why it is important to have an economic view to public transport and its impacts. Thank you very much, Harry.
Thank you so much, Vuji. Definitely, I heard your voice lightening up when you started talking about economic opportunities. And, and that is definitely the big thing we're looking at, you know, is the important role public transport is playing in our lives, in our pockets, you know, and everybody's pockets and our lives, business and personal, at home, all over. So it's such an important topic. And you shared, you know, the important role of the more focused approach we should have, also different between the different spheres of government and so on. So now, thank you very much for sharing this with us, and we're looking forward to spending the rest of the session with you. Thank you very much. Let me just quickly put up our program again. Our next presenter then, as Vuji said, is Mr. Justin Kutsia. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Go Metro. He's going to talk about rethinking transport, policy changes need to support flexible mobility zones, and getting serious about the first and the last mile. Thank you very much, Justin.
Great, thank you. So I'm just going to start my presentation. Let's hope this works. Nice to see everybody. I think we're all missing each other. I've been chatting to a number of people on the chat, so it's yeah, lovely to be able to virtually connect. So thank you, Transport Forum and Amunya Capital, for the opportunity. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, all fine, thank you.
Great, okay, good, we'll kick off. I think in preparing this talk, I thought it was important to think about how we can change the thinking around first and last mile. I've made sure not to show you a pavement and not to show you a bicycle in my presentation. So it's not your typical first and last mile presentation. So let's dive in. So just briefly, so I'm sure most people that I saw on the guest list know about Go Metro. We are a technology business that's been working in transport. I'm a civil engineer, and we work at the intersection of mobility and technology to figure out what's happening. We don't always have the answers. We don't always get the solutions, but I'm a firm believer that if we measure, model, build management systems, we'll improve the way that we move, and technology is core to that. So we've got 3 products: a mapping platform called Pro, a fleet management platform called Fleet, and a passenger app called Move, that we'll be making some significant changes and announcements to in the next few months with regards to multimodality and payments in app. A little bit about the company. So as you can see, we're mostly very young, mostly very, very energetic, and mostly very passionate about fixing and solving public transport problems and challenges. What you might not know about us in the last year or 2, we've partnered with the Ascendal Group. It's a global bus operator. They operate buses in London, across Latin America, in the US, and now in Southeast Asia. And so we've become their technology partner in a lot of projects around the world. So we still have our Cape Town and Johannesburg technology hubs, but I'll show you some of the work that we've been doing elsewhere. So just a little update. With the Ascendal Group, we now have a footprint across Latin America, in North America, and in the UK. And we're currently working actively with them in about 50 sites around the world at the moment. So it really is quite a really interesting development over the last 2 years, seeing our ideas and our problems and our technologies turn into projects globally. Briefly, just 2 examples. So in Austin, we're busy running a survey on the metro bus system there, 24,000 people, and we're running our measure platform to measure the ridership in the US. In Miami, we're assisting the Miami-Dade BRT project to achieve gold standards, to look at how the first and last mile and the hubs and technology can all work together to improve their BRT score. And then in a very exciting project, probably the one I'm most excited about right now, we have launched a mobility observatory across Latin America. Our partners there are CAF and IDB, the 2 development banks in the area. And so for the next 2 years, we'll be aiming to reach 400,000 people in 29 cities to measure 16 indicators so that we can build a mobility observatory of the Latin American continent using technology. What's quite exciting about this project is that we've just received funding from the UK government to launch a similar mobility observatory in 6 African cities early next year. So we'll be comparing the 2 continents and building some really, really rich data sets for transport management. And then lastly, we have just been working in Buenos Aires now for the last 6 months to almost a year, helping reform and change a bus network. Buenos Aires has about 18,000 buses that operate across the city. And so we're helping the city of Buenos Aires to reform its bus subsidy and reform its network. There's just way too much supply, and trying to figure out how to rationalize that network has been quite an interesting challenge using data and using technology. So let's kick off. Firstly, I think that I just want to point out that the views are my own. They're not the views of the Transport SIG or any other organization. So that disclaimer out the way. I want to start and just talk about the global roadmap for action. So Sustainable Mobility for All is a World Bank and GIZ-backed organization. It's got about 70 organizations in it. We've been a member since January, and it has developed 185 measures, indicators, and policy measures that can be taken so that any country, anywhere in the world, can be set on a roadmap, a pathway to sustainable mobility. Now, what's interesting about this work is that South Africa is the pilot country where this methodology is being applied. Development Bank of South Africa is the custodian organization. And if you haven't read this book, please, if you're a transport planner and a practitioner, you have to have this on your shelf. It's really filled with great policy initiatives and ideas. The problem, though, is that South Africa, after all of our investment over the last 26 years in transport development, ranks 112 out of 183 countries, all on objective data measures. And it ranges from universal access to efficiency, safety, green mobility. We score well below where we should, whether you're measuring GDP, population, income group. It's simply, the data shows that our performance in mobility is simply not adequate for the needs of the country's development. So that's worrying, and that's a challenge. So we know what the right things to do are. We have, as we say, lots and lots of plans, lots and lots of initiatives. So why are we not doing them? And so I just want to put out a few ideas into the universe, into this forum, and just deal with, or just ask some questions. I'm 35, so I thought about this. If you're 60 or 61 today, you would have been my age in 1994 with the new dispensation and the new opportunities that meant, because that's what, 26 years ago. So if you're just about to retire or retiring right now, 61, you would look back over the last 26 years and ask, well, you know, what have we achieved? I'm looking forward in the next 26 years when I'm going to be 60 in 26 years time. And I don't want to be feeling any feelings of regret. So the question I've got to ask is, what is our culpability as transport planners? What is our liability for CO2 emissions and for climate change? If the climate changes, we run out of fresh water, what is the transport planning industry's culpability to that? Did we try hard enough? Are we liable, or what is our culpability for a lack of access to opportunities for economic development? What is our culpability or liability for minibus taxi violence? Every time I hear about a death in the industry, I think, what is my culpability? What is my liability? Are we liable for poverty and inaccessible employment? Last year, we worked with the Harambee Youth Accelerator that tries to find young people jobs. And a huge complaint was that young people could only find jobs that paid them less than the taxi fare that was needed to get to the job. So they would have to spend more on transport to get to work than they would get from work. That just seems wrong. And if we think about the situation we're in today with the infection rates, and we know the close proximity and that leads to infections, is our lack of provision of good quality public transport that's resilient and able to space out and still be sustainable and economical, are we liable for a lot of the COVID infections as an industry? Tough questions maybe, but I think I've been spending a lot of time in lockdown doing self-reflection, as I'm sure many of you have. And so when we talk about the first and last mile, I go all the way up, and I can't escape this fundamental idea that if we are going to do great work at the first and last mile, if we're going to create active, healthy transport that works for all, if there's going to be vibrant public transport, if we're going to fulfill this vision, we can't fund the private vehicle world and the public transport world. Yeah, it's time to choose. Because as long as there isn't good quality public transport, the middle class feel that they have a get out of jail free, that they can sit and wait until public transport's ready, and when public transport's ready, then we'll get out of our car, and then we'll stop driving, and then we'll change our behavior, and then we'll change the way that we do things. And so public transport ends up in this death spiral, because the most active complainers are generally the middle class, working class, the middle strata. You know, they're the ones on social media. They're the ones who can, you know, who have some time to write to councillors and organize. And so public transport's in a death spiral because the middle class and the working class are starting to abandon it. COVID is not going to help that. It's going to accelerate private car use, and public transport's in for a very challenging time. And unless we make some serious changes and adjustments to the entire question of how we move as a society, we're in big trouble. So we have to start, if we're going to talk about the first and last mile, we have to start with, what is the target? What are we trying to achieve? Is it social equity? Is it transport for the poor? Is it accessibility? Is it radical economic transformation and redistribution? What is the target? Because if you know the target, you know what to measure. And right now it feels like we're measuring two different things. So that statement, well, I'll leave my car at home when there's good public transport. Well, there will never be good public transport until we're forced to leave our cars at home. So if we take that option out and we remove it, then we really start being able to redistribute spend from that paradigm to the paradigm that we require. So first and last mile is, yes, it's about bike lanes and motorized, non-motorized transport and walkways and so on, but it's also about making private car use so difficult and so hard and so unattractive that people quit the car because it's just such a pain to try and park it, to try and store it, to try and pay for it. We have to make private daily car-based commuting very unattractive if first and last mile is going to work. If you think about it, we tolerate 12 to 24 months of maybe serious inconvenience for a freeway to be upgraded, for a new lane or 2 or 3 to go onto, you know, the N1, 2, 3, or 4. So if we placed severe restrictions on private vehicles, right? If we banned or really severely restricted private vehicle usage for the next 24 months, we're banning everything else. We might as well put the car on that list. Would the public transport system have more resource? Would it have more investment? Would it have more floating capital? Would it have more focus, more of a voice? Well, of course it would. And so if we tolerate 12 to 24 months of severe inconvenience for a major roadwork to happen, what would happen if we did the same thing for public transport? In 24 months' time, would it be worth it? These are just questions, as I say. So maybe let's set a new vision for transport in South Africa. More congestion, please. Let's have slower, free-flowing road traffic. Let's stop measuring our roads by vehicles per hour and start measuring our networks by people per hour. We'll have less parking available everywhere. More expensive fuel, more taxes that are ring-fenced, more parking charges, less parking bays, more taxes on car purchases, carbon taxes on usage. Okay, yes, we can call this Carmageddon, I get it. But the point is that we have to rethink if we're going to redistribute, because we're not going to create wealth with economic growth. So we're going to have to redistribute what we have for a better world that we want to see. If we implement these drastic measures, or pick some, we'll have more innovation to address the urgent need for transport for all. We'll have more public attention on what's already a hidden crisis. We'll have more total spend on public transport, which will lead to better services, lead to better outcomes. You don't quit your car when public transport's fixed. You quit your car so that we can fix public transport. More dedicated bus lanes to increase commercial speed that can also be used by the minibus taxi industry. Developers who invest in sustainable mobility solutions, and more higher order jobs. So that's the shift that we all want to see, but we don't get it without pain. So another question, the NLTA devolved responsibility to the local authorities, but did we devolve accountability adequately? You know, accountability for good public transport, I don't see it as a political consequence for inaction year after year after year without seeing new public transport forms on our roads. Where is the accountability? Funding should be linked. If you're going to get a public transport grant, it should be linked to car reduction targets and goals, emission reduction targets and goals. They should be really, really interlinked. Not just can we get buses on the road, but can we get cars off the road? If we get the middle class to spend on public transport, you get the middle class to care about public transport, you get the middle class proud about their public transport, and then there are political consequences for messing with public transport. So as long as we're a car-oriented society, we're never going to care enough about the first and last mile. That's just the facts. So this accountability in public transport delivery is missing. So here's another crazy idea. Maybe a national mobility agency is a viable and practical alternative. It works for the road network. Perhaps it can work for our public transport network, a centralized national mobility agency. Doesn't come without its complications, but it's time to think differently, isn't it? And roads are part of our public transport network reform. You know, if you look at the opening of the Mall of Africa, for every 1 kilometer of highway that we build, or lane that we build, or anything that we build, we should be building 3 to 5 times the amount of bus lanes and bike lanes. I said there wouldn't be a picture of a bike lane. I didn't say I wouldn't talk about bike lanes. So dedicated bus lanes, please. We cannot upgrade a freeway in the urban area without putting in a bus lane. It's just not right. Measure people flow and not vehicle flow. I was taught the 1960s school level of service, the job to do of a traffic light is to get vehicles through. Well, no, the job of a city is to move people to opportunities. The job of a network is to move people to opportunities. And so let's drop vehicle per hour and that highway capacity manual, that evil book. Let's get rid of it, because we need to, in our cities, prioritize people, not vehicles. Let's stop adding lanes. We know we can't build our way out of trouble. Why do we keep trying? Because it's the only tool we have in our toolbox. So what you see in front of you here is not a TIA success. It's a missing in action failure. We're missing in action with ideas, with solutions, with the will to not have this as our normal. This is the Mall of America and its plan. There are 3 BRT routes. There are multiple drop-off points for rideshare and shuttle. I don't see this as a requirement for any of our large commercial developments. It really should be. So if we think about the IPTN program that we have, and we'll be hearing from Ibrahim, and I look forward to hearing from Ibrahim later. We look for transparency, accountability. We get value, but is it value for money with the legacy bus contracts? The last 10 years, we've been spending a lot in public transport. The next 10 years, are we going to be able to spend as much? Have we actually spent our inheritance before it's due? That's, to me, is the biggest concerning question for the next 26 years. If I look forward, before I retire, it is, where are we going to get the funds to build the network we need? It has to be through redistribution from the private sector and the private vehicle network. Consider the IPTN program as a platform and vehicle for change. We've built these amazing forums, these discussion groups, these committees, these planning work. The platform is there with the IPTN work. Now we really need to push to see change, real change, positive change in the cities. Could our South African Road Agency, its efficiency, be part of the current problem? And so if we take that efficiency and we take the inefficiency, we take the budgets, we merge it together, could we actually see a mobility agency that merges road and public transport implementation with people throughput and person kilometer as the primary metric? And again, I'm talking about the urban network, not the rural network or the national network. We shouldn't be happy with what we see here. If you watch the Lorax, they sing about the parking lot. And it does feel like we're just building parking lots. He has a building plan in Cape Town, 8 stories before you start getting human space. I call this the square in the air in Harbour Arch, and it's planned development in Cape Town. That beautiful plaza you see there is on the 9th story. It's literally something out of a movie, out of the Lorax, that we're building our city squares on 9 stories of parking because that's what the requirements are. That's what the law says. That's what the regulations say. It's crazy. If you look at Transport for London, and what they did really, really well is exactly that. They became a mobility agency that was measuring people throughput. In preparation for this, on our board with Sendel, we have Leon Daniels, who was the Deputy Transport Commissioner during the Olympics. And he says that one of the things they did well is that they changed the timings of the traffic lights to make the city really hard to move around in a car during the Olympics. And then he forgot to switch them back after the Olympics, and no one really noticed. And that reduction in car prioritization was key to unlocking spend, unlocking value, and making everybody think about other alternatives other than get in my car and drive. Franchising was a great success. Aligning politics and transport because there's independent budgets, strong leadership, and political accountability was key. And then splitting ownership of assets and operations of assets was another big way that they were able to get good value from that. The lessons are there for us to learn from. And so will people, sure, they'll complain, but here's Grosvenor Square in London, where they had no meters, then they implemented meters, and then they quadrupled prices, the parking prices. And you can see that, well, people responded. They voted with their wallets. And we really, really need to be asking how we merge our private vehicle budgets with our public transport budgets. So, to summarize, I think self-reflection is needed as an industry. We really need to think how we could serve our society as well as we should. In cities, we need to measure people, not vehicles, and people movement, not vehicle movement. Stop building parking. If you also think about the amount of concrete and cement that goes into building a parking garage, that cement needs to be burned to be created, and cement is a huge CO2 producer. So we're burning enormous amounts of CO2 to make the cement, to build the parking garage, so that we can park the emitter in the garage and on 9 stories. It just, stop building parking. There has to be a better alternative than parking garages. Stop adding turning lanes. You know it's not going to work if we have 3, 4, 5, 6 lanes leaving a mall. Let's give you good quality public transport access to that mall, rather than six lanes to turn into. It's price parking with the real cost of that bay. An average bay costs 250,000 Rand to build, with all of the structural requirements. So multi-story parking garage at 250,000 Rand a bay, you do the math. There's a lot of money in parking garages that we could redistribute to public transport, and we should. So our job must be to get all income groups into public transport. That's the metric of success. Yes, but providing it to poorer areas, connecting apartheid city planning, and changing the city form, absolutely. But we protect public transport and public transport investment by measuring, does it work for all and are all using it? That's how we get good quality public transport. And we've got to look at our budgets in holistic fashion. We can't be building great and not have public transport. We can't be building great facilities and not have public transport. The metric needs to be people-oriented, not vehicle-oriented. So imagine tomorrow we hear that there's no more oil. They drilled the last well a year ago without telling us. You'll never be able to drive your car anymore. That beautiful shining piece of metal that's parked in your driveway, when that gas tank runs out, that's it, over. You'll never drive again. Would life end, or will we readjust? Thank you.
Thank you, Justin, for such a great presentation. I should actually say it's a paradigm shift. You know, I am 61, so, but fortunately I haven't been the planner. But thank you for putting the important light on our planners, and also the liability thing. I think that's very important, is to get the liable persons or people to realize that they're liable, you know, for their actions for future generations to come. And that's very important. And the paradigm shift in terms of not adding more lanes, but adding more, you know, public transport and so on, that's so important. And please don't disappear from the South African industry. We need your intellectual capital and your planning and your support in the future. So thank you very much for a great presentation. I'm quite sure the audience looking forward to engage with you during our panel discussion just now. Thank you very much. Guys, let me just share my screen quickly with our program. All right, so we have our next presenter then is Ibrahim Sidat. He's Director of Public Transport Policies, Department of Transport. You know, Ibrahim has been instrumental to this public transport strategy in 2007. Ibrahim, looking forward to your taking stock of the 2007 public transport strategy. Thank you very much for spending some time with us.
Thank you, Harry. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes, we can see you.
No, I'm
yes,
sitting outside.
That's been my lockdown resilience strategy. Be outdoors more, and I think that's what I actually appreciate Zoom for. Instead of sitting in a cave, which I'm now seeing modern offices are, I try and do as much work outside. So thanks for inviting me. And just the first caveat, I think, you know, I just like to speak whatever's, you know, I think is, you know,
honest discussion that will advance our understanding and take our collective efforts forward. So I don't want to be kind of, positioned as speaking officially for the DOT. But having said that, I think the previous speakers did hint at, continuous management changes, political changes, etc. So often you never know what the latest nuance or emphasis in direction is, because everybody wants to have their own spin on things and their own novel way of doing things. Having said that, I think it might be. I think what Justin said is exactly the heart of it. And I think it's been what he discussed is making that trade-off between private and public, which is actually kind of there in the white paper, private over public over private, and kind of there in the NLTA, is exactly why I joined the DOT in 1997. With a flush from I was 26 then. So, and it was a post-94 period. And I just come back from studying in the US, in New York City, and I used to use a bicycle there all the time, right? Like a 10K commute to university, because it was faster than the subway. But also the subway was my backup. And I never drove a car for like 2 years. And then once, because I was going on a trip to Miami to meet my parents, they were flying from South Africa. You had in the 90s, you had these kind of, I forget what they call them, these drive-away programs where if somebody wants to move their car, they're moving house in America, you can sign up and drive their car. You've got 2 days to do it. So the first day I got that drive-away car, I locked the keys in the car 3 times. First time I had to get the fire department to come and help me because they were on the same street. And then the second time, and it was actually twice. The second time I actually locked it in a hired car in Tallahassee because I had to take the last bit on a hired car. And then I had to get a locksmith to come because the hired car guys weren't impressed. And that was because my bicycle lock used to always be on my hips. And it was like one of these New York tough $100 quadra chain locks, because Manhattan has a lot of bike theft syndicates in the 90s. And that was the only one that you needed a machine tool to cut, as opposed to just bolt cutters. And obviously, when you open the lock, when you open your bicycle lock, you put the chain around your waist, you lock it, then the key goes in your pocket or whatever. So I kept on locking the keys in the car. So that was just an aside. But I think the key issue is that ask the DG, the CEO of Sandral, and maybe the minister's advisor, who's driving the taxi Indaba platform. I think that'll be a good package of people, and then have Justin and a series of 2 or 3 other savvy can-do strategic, tactical implementation focused people, peppering them with exactly those questions that Justin raised, and let's see if that intermingling. I think that'll be a very useful fora. But in the absence of getting the real heavy hitters on, you're left with me. So I think that the challenge, looking back at the public transport strategy of 2007, is it's kind of broadly the rubric of where the globe is going. And it did accommodate the minibus industry in a very big way. It said you have to have a negotiated transition with them. And there should be no loss of legitimate jobs and profits, et cetera, because it obviously made a concession immediate to the fact that we're never going to implement competitive tendering in that sector, as the NLTTA in the 90s and then the NLTA, envisaged down the line. So it was always a transitional step. So what's been achieved? Well, I think in general, like with Medupi, like with Kusile, like with COVID PPE, like with the delayed, I think they call it, whatever they call it, round 4 of the renewable energy industrial participation program, or like with, a lot of things. the devil's in the details. The devil's in the execution and implementation. And do we have the right staff, the right capabilities, the right political understanding, the right will, the right intentions, the right sincerity, the right, you know, aiming high and not selling yourself short ability, the right, you know, intention not to be corrupt and not to be wasteful and to zero base your budget, etc. I think we just don't. I think that's been the hard realization I've had to learn. So I was still kind of naive up to about 2007, and I think FIFA saved us. And the irony is that, and I told you I'm speaking for myself now. The irony is that you know, Sepp Blatter, etc., and Jerome Falker, and even everyone else they partnered with the 2010 World Cup, were all subsequently, you know, accused of corruption by various parties, you know, the FBI amongst others. But they actually set some international standard where you couldn't stuff up beyond that, right? So, for example, the stadiums had to have a certain standard, and obviously some of the public transport systems feeding and distributing to and from them had to have a certain standard too. So you obviously couldn't like waste the budget on dodgy things to the point when, you know, you embarrassed. So, you know, and in a sense, as Justin was hinting, you know, think of the post 1998, let's call it, because that's when the National DOT created the first post 94 wave of agencies. So it created SANRAL, the Civil Aviation Authority, the South African Maritime Safety Authority, and the Cross-Border Road Transport Authority. And before that, you already had the Airports Company, right? And you had ATNS, like in the early 90s, I think. Airport, Air Traffic and Navigation Systems. So, I mean, in the transport sector since 94, let's ignore the actual outcomes, but who's relatively efficient? You know, and I think it reinforces what Justin was saying. It's SANRAL, it's AXA, and it's Gautrain Management Agency, right? Compared to PRASA, right? So, and obviously, okay, let's leave the safety authorities aside because they are kind of bound by international standards anyway on civil aviation, maritime, and air traffic navigation. So let's look at SANRAL, AXA, and Gautrain Management Agency, and all of those serve the middle class, and all of those have a chunk of user funding. So the airline taxes for AXA, SANRAL's got some user pays, although majority still is budgetary, and Gautrain the same, targeting a higher level of fares. So you're automatically not getting into conflict with taxis, and you also got, you know, quite a high public subsidization. But just ignoring the actual tactical choices, and we all have strong opinions that you know, heavy capital investment programs or heavy road building programs, especially in urban areas, which are already well developed. So we're not necessarily talking about, say, upgrading an access road in the Eastern Cape or in KwaZulu-Natal, deep rural. And we're not necessarily talking about upgrading essential accessibility points into townships, which always had limited access points because of buffer zones and trying to control the population. So we're not including those, but in already well developed suburbs and cities, exactly what Justin said, there shouldn't be any need for road capacity expansion and parking capacity expansion. But it's just, and all our policies say that since 96 or 90, whatever you want to call it. The public transport strategy says that, actually. But the devil's in the details, right? And it comes back to, you know, do we have the Ken Livingstons who pioneered the London road user charging pricing scheme, and he staked his whole mayorship on that, right? Do we have the Peñalosa who staked his 1998 mayoral term 3 years on rolling out in 3 years within his mayoral term, and he wasn't going to be re-elected for whatever reason in that time. You know, the first BRT in Colombia, because despite I think it was the Japanese investment agency had almost got a major subway sold there, and they have the volumes for a subway anyway. But obviously, as a developing country city, they didn't have the capital and obviously the expertise. So, you know, to build a huge subway, even though they have the volumes with their densities, would have taken much longer and costed more. So we just don't have those. We just don't have. So now, even again, infrastructure is a flavor of the month. So DBSA, in partnership with the office in the presidency and Treasury, just signed this 100 billion blended financing scheme, right? It was in the papers. But, you know, as I've been saying for like 10 years, and Justin read my mind, or even longer, anyone can come and say, let's fund infrastructure, and infrastructure creates jobs. But there's a huge difference between building a usable, networked, logical bike lane system that doesn't take massive detours and mixes you with like, you know, pedestrians where you're going to get knock them over, or where puts you into dangerous blind corners with no sight lines, or which takes you, you know, as the Dutch always say, you got to design for non-motorized for direct access, right? It's human nature to minimize energy expenditure. Well, not even human, it's, you know, kind of all animals. You don't see lions wasting energy for nothing, only in the movies. So you got to, if you're using your own energy, you've got to go direct. And the Dutch even had a term for it in the 90s called shortcuts or whatever in Dutch, you know, where they actually forced the urban planning to have these alleyways and little direct access points through big blocks and through buildings and whatever. So you can have very direct access. You know, you think of it like here we're going to force people, you know, in some parts it might work, but, you know, to go up 5-6 meters or whatever to clear the massive arterial or to clear the highway as a pedestrian bridge. And you get some well-designed ones and they win awards and stuff, but it's just not human nature to go up 6 meters when you can cross something, right? And then you obviously got to build massive median and massive gates and fences and stuff, you know, which, you know, so ultimately we need champions. But so that's my lament, right? So we've underachieved. We are currently on a good day, maybe between my city, Rayavaya, the rest I don't even want to count because they're all too small and too low scale and they've all gotten self-sabotaged, et cetera, et cetera. They should have all been 3 times bigger. So they don't even count as phase ones, right? But let's just count Reva and my city. On a good day combined, they're carrying, 120,000 pre-COVID, average weekday passengers, right? By this time, they should have been carrying 500,000, just those 2 cities. The whole point of going with an integrated system of trunks fed by direct services and even integrated about minibus taxis. So we've opened that door for the last 5 years, you know, use existing minibus taxis in whatever way you can. But we just don't have the political, managerial, bureaucratic kind of, let's call it FIFA level kind of championing, attention to detail, drive, you know, fires lit under the bureaucracy, you know, there's too many people are there's too much playing around and messing around about procurement and budgets and then you end up procuring the wrong people and you end up procuring at 5 times the price and the managers you've hired don't even know what the benchmark price is. Like anyone would know that, you know, you don't buy a bus like a current typical Euro 5 diesel bus for more than say 4 million, 5 million a bus. So if somebody's going to be going and entertaining tenders for 10 million a bus, I mean, why, you know, so people don't even know what they don't know. So I think the way to rescue this, number one, I like the idea. So I think Treasury have to be challenged too. So the NLTA was premised and in a sense, a public transport strategy on like almost building transport for London's in 3 or 4 of the big metros at least, right? But there's no political will for it for the last 10 years, you know, so, you know, there's just no political will to implement the legislation because obviously you're losing budget. So, and Treasury are rightfully saying, rationalize what you have. And I think, especially post-COVID, that's the only thing to do. So rationalize your current system. So let's say, and the current, like call it the PTOG, the PUTCO type subsidized bus services, those are defined by destination. So Gauteng will get, I don't know, what's it now, about 40% of it, say 2 billion. Because it's kind of the big destination, even though a lot of the services could originate in Mpumalanga or Northwest, right? But obviously, it's not that hard. It's not rocket. It's like Justin could do it with his team in like 2 months, you know, or less. Go and survey every route, go figure out exactly those routes that are amenable to be rationalized because they're kind of city-based, let's call it, or they interact like with a large chunk of their service in a city environment, as opposed to being just a long haul point-to-point like intercity service, like say the former Kondabele type Moloto corridor services. Ring fence them, rationalize them. So between those services, let's take the Gauteng example. So the Gauteng, those services, say they're 2 billion, so let's say at least 1 billion around of them should be more urban, like Patco, Soweto, etc. And take the city bus services, which are a mere shell of what they were 50 years ago. Actually, I shouldn't say they're a shell. They're the same shell that they were 50 years ago, with the same buses and the same timetables and the same. So now, and those are like just kind of like almost meet and greet services. Like the driver's sick and he doesn't show up on your route. You know, they're not really real services in a lot of those, right? They're just relics. But you've got Metro Bus in Joburg and you've got the Tshwane bus services, right? And I'm sure between those two, the cities are at least putting in 400 million each or 300 million each of their own rates funding. And then you've got the PTNG, the IPTN funded programs, which should be tripled in scale in 2 years, as Justin's saying. So take paint and bollards, that's the way to go, right? And if you are able to get the right political will and say, I'm gonna just do this, you know, the old Nike slogan, which I used in my SRC presidential campaign, actually, without in 1992, without actually crediting Nike. But we need a just do it mentality. And the key lesson, everybody went to Curitiba, right? Curitiba, Brazil. I never went. In the 90s, I joined in 97. They were kind of going just before and just after. But I read all the serious case studies about Curitiba, by Jamie Lerner, a former architect. And everybody who came back would come and say why you can't do it, why they were under a dictatorship and this and that. But the lesson I took away from reading the UNDP case studies, etc., on Curitiba was that Jamie Lerner's philosophy was use what you have. And what did Brazil have at that time? They had like what we have. We have taxis. We have drivers who can drive taxis and buses, right? And their stations were these little plastic tube-like things, right? So they didn't have access to subways, or whether technology or capital. They didn't have access to massive tunneling type systems, right? I'm hoping Elon Musk's new tunneling startup, the Boring Company, can help us in 10 years' time, but leave that. He's pioneering in Las Vegas now. But anyway, his third point from an aesthetic point of view was, and for all of you who've been to Curitiba and didn't pick these up, you owe me something for the trip, because I never went. But I think the audience now probably is, the ones who went have probably retired, passed away, or changed jobs, changed fields. But the third thing he said was, we don't want, as a former architect, I don't want the population going underground. And Peñalosa also said this 10 years later when he spoke at DBSA. Not 10 years, well, 40 years later, sorry, that was in the 70s when Jamie Lerner. He also said the same thing, is that why should people travel underground? We are not rats or moles, right? So what do we have? So we got sunshine, right? And sunshine is actually good for COVID. Open the windows, you get ventilation, right? And if you use existing road space, right? So we got that as a package. So now and I would say I've got no holy cows anymore. Centralize into a Sandrel type agency if we have to, and get a local team. And I don't know, maybe Justin might feel I'm plugging him here, but I would say, because currently we have an opportunity now. We are currently looking at augmenting the current integrated fare collection regulations, which use bank issued fare media, to now issue a cheaper platform, but utilizing the unutilized capacity of the existing Sandrel clearinghouse, which we've spoken before. So that'll be a government-owned system. But that system we should aim to put into every taxi, every road-based public transport vehicle, right? It all plugs into a Sandrel backend, which is already there. And then what we can do on top of that is hire local software developers. So we want to localize jobs too, right? Local teams and also youth jobs, because the other lesson of COVID that I picked up, especially from Michael Levitt, former South African Nobel Prize winning biophysicist, who's been the one calling out the modelers who got it all wrong. And sometimes I think of our transport modelers too, but they weren't as serious. But his point was the overreaction with the lockdowns, to a point, has been a massive transfer of burden from the younger generation to the older. And okay, obviously in the developed world, his argument is the baby boomers, who are the older ones now, 60s plus or 50s plus, 55 plus, are the ones who are actually better off than the youngsters in the developed world, like in Europe and America. You know, the ones who got to stay with their parents and struggle with university loans and all that. And obviously AI and stuff is reducing middle income, well-paying jobs. So that's what I would say, is that utilize that backend now with a GPS kind of smart card VIDA based thing in every device. We can utilize local software developers and develop local software to track and incentivize and monitor and whatever you want every single taxi out there and every single IPTN stuff. So I would say we centralize. I would agree. And whether you want to pilot it and say, okay, let's ask the GMA to do it, or let's ask Sanral, whatever. Because also we don't have 5 years to like be pioneering legislation through parliament, setting up a new agency, creating a new board, letting them fight for like another 5 years, and then have another Zondo commission for that. And then finally you start to like get to doing something, you know? So you don't even have time for that. So my new strategy is, and I'm hoping Paul unpacks it too. It's a little bit of a concession to Paul, who I first met in, I think 1997, where he was actually talking on a platform. I don't know who organized it, but I remember Harold Anachan was there too, the Wits physics prof, who was also studying emissions, who was also quite happy with the white paper on transport, because he felt land use and public transport promotion would seriously help with emissions too. And it wasn't climate change emissions so much then, it was more localized emissions, especially from coal stoves and stuff like that, but also transport. So, and Paul was then arguing as well about, I think he used the Latin term then, festina lente, if I remember. And I'm turning 50 in October, so I'm just checking if my memory is okay. Which means like kind of go quickly, slowly, or make haste but slowly, or something like that, right? So it's kind of capturing attention. But I think what we have to do is, and as Justin said, and I never saw his presentation before that, we use the current, so we take three to five big cities, but even 1 to 2, right? And then what we do is we say in 2 years, you got 2 years, okay, but in a sense, 2021 is the next election, right? The local government elections. So that could throw a span in the works. But let's ignore that. Let's say it wasn't there. But you don't want to go beyond 3 years, right? Because that's the MTF as well. Then you say, let's marshal all the existing resources. So it's those kind of PUTCO type subsidies that end in that catchment area, which are counted as, subsidies there. It's the current municipal bus kind of rates-based subsidies. It's the current IPTN grants in that city, and anything else, like maybe some taxi recap money, whatever, bits and pieces of this, plus some strategic technology investment, right, for the platform. So that would be, say, the smart card system plugging into the Sanral transaction clearinghouse and utilizing retail, plus local software development to build the tracking and monitoring systems to manage performance and to mine data for planning and for service quality improvements, right? So, which is what every retailer does with the loyalty schemes and with milking all the data from the till points and stuff. That's how they do all their planning. So I'll wrap up. So I think what we need is a taxi enhanced IPTN program in 1 to 5 cities max, but they have to be performance-based and competitively based. So they've got to come forward and put it's as if they're bidding for a strategic demonstration effect program, right? So they're going to show us, they're going to put the existing commitment to rationalizing existing funding flow. So you need the province with the provincial bus subsidies. You need the city to take some pain and to engage with SAMU and other employees, unions, to rationalize the current 300 million rand or whatever of deficit subsidy going into city buses, especially Joburg, Pretoria. And then we've got to then also show that we are now flexibly bringing in the minibus taxi. And here I want to just focus on for a couple of minutes before handing back. So I think we need to go for maximum flexibility. And the problem with so let's assume the point of departure is government in next 3 to 5 years. I don't see it, right? And I would love to be proven wrong, right? We'll not have the capacity, the capability, the systems, the intentions, perhaps the right people at the right time in the right place with the right powers without somebody getting jealous and blocking them or doing this or that or whatever, right? So I don't think that's going to happen. So we've got to use what's there already, and even this still needs some radical backing and some champion, right? But I think it's the demonstration effect that you want to show. So, and you want to create a win-win-win partnership. And the partnership you want to do is to say, okay, Mr. Taxi Industry, right? I will give you incentives to bring passengers to my rapid trunks. And to make rapid trunks, you're going to have to then do what Justin did. Paint in bollards, to take away parking space, to take away turning lanes, give rapid priority to key origin destination pairs. Maybe the center of this township hub, straight bang to its main destination pair, right? Wherever that might be. And obviously you have multiple destinations, so you want to really get quite strategic, right? Because that's the whole point of the Gautrain. People won't mind taking a feeder or walking or taking an Uber to a Gautrain because they know the trunk is super rapid and super predictable, super reliable. You don't, and even their headways are not like Singapore or Hong Kong headways. You know, in the off-peak, it gets to like 20, 30 minutes. But because you know you can time it, you don't need a timetable. You know, okay, even if I get there at 9:14, I know the next one is 9:20, right? So there's some predictability as well. So people will give you time of day. They will, currently people don't transfer that much, or it's taxi to taxi transfer, or there's a lot of one-seat rides, especially, or where it's taxi to taxi transfer, then it's like forced because somebody works in Joburg and lives in Shoshanguve. And it's also forced for that last mile or last 3 miles. So what we have to do is we got to say to the taxi industry, yeah, I'm putting in these high rapid trunks and I'm putting my money where my mouth is. I'm not compromising. And even that's going to have to take some pain, right? So Shwane can't get a trunk through Linwood to get to Mamelodi, right? And all our trunks, a lot of our trunks have been like secret road expansion projects, right? So look what Shwane did with Simon Vermooten. And imagine, they're not running to Mamelodi, right? 5 years late. But the Simon Vermooten expansion is there already for like 3 years, which is really was always like a historic road widening, suburban road widening scheme anyway, like most of Adderbury, et cetera, right? So, I mean, just call a spade. But it's not apportioning blame, because obviously, if the only tool you have is a nail, you know, I mean, as a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And also the lobby and the political, the middle class lobby, the leadership, everyone drives cars every day. Most VIPs barely set foot on solid ground, right? They get chauffeur driven everywhere. They'll hit their basement parking lot. They take the dedicated special lift up to wherever they are. They're never in the public space, right? As a member of the public. So you don't feel it. But so yeah, I'm digressing. So here's the plan. Taxi announced IPTN. So first point is, government, get your act together. You pay for the technology platform. Put it in every taxi, every vehicle, right? Focus on 1 to 5 cities. But if it's only one, it's only one. So it's a no compromise project. It's performance based, and that's why your IT platform gives you performance based too, right? Well, up to a point. And then thirdly, bring the taxis in as they are. Give them the options. Obviously, you'll have developmental schemes. If we can get a bunch of Gibbs MBAs and others with Justin and others sit together to thrash out something, go and engage local operators, etc., and maybe find a way to efficiently get them to like form bigger companies, cooperatives, whatever it is, then that's fine. That'll be a bonus, right? But currently our efforts at that have just been milked. They've been milked. I mean, people are paying like taxi advisors 20 million rand a year. And I tell the cities like for years, well, hey, you know what, at 2 million rand a pop, I can hire like a senior engineer. That's 10 senior engineers, right? I don't think Elon Musk hires 10 senior engineers without really thinking hard about what they're going to do, right? But that just goes on advisors. And then obviously the whole thing just milks its way along. You get these endless. So the irony is that, think of it, Johannesburg only started doing anything serious about what you're going to call it Rea Vaya, right? In about mid-2007. And I was there, I know, I saw it, right? And they had a shoestring team. And they had shoestring planning budget and all that. It was all shoestring stuff. But they still pulled off, they were still ready to implement, say, a 3/4 finished corridor to Soweto, phase 1A, by May 2009. 2 years, the Confed Cup. It was only delayed till August because of the taxi backlash. But again, even that taxi backlash was resolved in 3 months, right? And this is a year before the World Cup. Ever since then, the pace, okay, let's say my city kicked in a little bit 2011, 12, right? Since 2012, the pace has slowed drastically across all the cities, despite the money doubling or tripling. But that's the point. So there is a trajectory where you can do it. So you've got these trunks. Now, how do you bring in taxis flexibly? I would say is their key model, their default model is I'm a sole proprietor. The driver makes all the decisions. He just gives the owner a take, right? It's a hands-off ownership model. Most owners don't want the hassle, right? And they pay whatever overheads and fees to the cartel who runs the route, because it's not a competitive route. It's the prices are set. I can't add something special to my taxi without getting permission, right? I can't add air conditioning or charge a higher fare for a better service, or put my driver in a nice uniform without getting permission on the whole route, right? So it's a cartel. What I'm not saying is necessarily bad. So what you do is you say, okay, if you want to be a sole proprietor, you be a sole proprietor. But I put that tracking system on you, which I'm paying for, and I put the integrated smart card system that plugs into the Sandrail backend, which you can use anywhere and load everywhere in retail, right? And then I'm going to incentivize you. So the win-win is driver must get an independent incentive, independent of the owner. And I think that's the other thing we need to focus on, is that from ever since I joined for the last 25 years or whatever it is, the taxi engagement has always been with the owners mostly. And the drivers are just like kind of a surrogate via the owners, right? But when there's a protest and stuff, who are the foot soldiers? It's the drivers who are worked up. It's the drivers who are going, risking arrest, doing civil disobedience, etc. So we need to engage drivers directly. And number two, so via unions, ununionized, whatever, and that's the skills that are needed. That's where I would rather invest, right? To engage those drivers directly and give them an incentive. So for every passenger you bring to a trunk, whether the trunk is Gautrain, whether the trunk is a upgraded high-speed metro rail line that works, and I stay on one line, and I always wondered, why is there such a big noise all of a sudden? And then I realized they're using diesel locomotives all of a sudden. How you like that for climate change? Because obviously all the cables were stripped over lockdown. Then I sit and think, well, why weren't the Gautrain's cables stripped over lockdown too? But leave that aside, right? So you as a sole proprietor, you as an owner, you'll get an incentive, right? And you tracked. You as a driver, you get an incentive. So obviously then you live with the machine, and you need to get a more formalized, or ignore formalization if it takes too long. You need to get a more stable conditions of service. It might include healthcare. It might, because the whole package of being a taxi driver is a stressful occupation. It's highly exploited. The drivers are sitting on top of a warm engine, right? So the CIA and stuff are front engined. You are sitting on the engine. And somebody actually once pointed that out, I think at SATC by, 10 years back, is that they suspect that the drivers are going to have low sperm counts because the heat of the engine they're sitting on the whole day. That's why I think the later ones, which no one's buying because it's more expensive, but that's where government comes in again with proper recap, has the engine more in the front. So offer up, and then to the user needs an incentive too. So what I would say is make the trunk cheap, free, or just a simple flat fare, right? But make that trunk fast. It has to be fast. And you can't have these dodgy transport plans where all of a sudden people think they're living in Manhattan and they put a station every 800 meters or something. Obviously, surely you've got to tailor your stations to where, to your land use, right? And no one's in Manhattan, yeah, right? So the thing's got to get up to high speed, because what you're doing is, if you're forcing transfers from current, people want to know I can take it painlessly without having to wait and have stress, and I can run hard. And then so what you do is but you allow the existing taxis to charge a similar rate per kilometer as what they're currently charging. So you're kind of avoiding too long drawn out compensation stories and negotiations and overheads and kind of middlemen and all that. So you kind of say, well, you currently, I'm just going to take an example, and this is the challenge back to the engineers, transport planners, data analysts, etc. But obviously the challenge is obviously must come from a politician who's serious about this, right? Is if you as a taxi are currently doing a trunk service, say from Mamelodi to the CBD via Church Street, say it's 20 kilometers or whatever it is, 25. And if you had to go and feed to a trunk, but a high-speed, well-run trunk, rail or road, that's relatively flat fare, relatively cheap, so there's no kind of double payment penalty. You can subsidize that as government a bit, keep that low, because you want volumes through your trunk. That's the key, instead of, you know, 2 Rand more fare or something. But let the taxi...
Ibrahim, sorry, I need to get in there. We're running well into panel discussion time, so,
okay, so
don't go away. I just want to bring the other guys in as well, so that we can, you know, bring the other guys in, so that we can start talking together, if you don't mind. So we're going into the panel discussion. If the other panelists can kindly
my last point is a taxi enhanced
unmute themselves.
Can work in the next 1 to 3 years in a couple of key strategic cities, and the role of the taxi can be its existing role at a minimum, so it is not too forced hardcore changes, but you put your money where your mouth is and track incentives and performance. And then lastly, open it up. They can do off-peak services, off-peak direct services, or off-peak trunk services, if you call it that, if the volumes are justified. So they're not just feeders. They can do other services, but you have a core trunk platform that's your high-speed mover. And then you build everything off around that. And that's the challenge we should put back to our principals and then our technicians to say, can we pull this off? And I think that could be a model going forward that's flexible enough to not require massive fear of change, whether it's drivers, whether it's passengers who are forced to transfer, and whether it's owners who now, you know, are worried about complicated, you know, management structures and company structures, etc. Thanks, Harry. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much, guys. And Ibrahim, it's always, yeah, I hate to interrupt you because you're talking and sharing so much wisdom. And we really appreciate that. So please don't go away. We still need you in a panel discussion. So we've got Justin here and we've got Vuji that we're going to have a panel discussion with, and we inviting the audience now to post their questions in the chat box, or they can unmute themselves. And let's see how we can handle the traffic in terms of, you know, the questions. So can we perhaps have the first person asking a question? You can direct your question to the panel as a whole or to one members of the panel. The panel is Justin Kutsia, is Wisele Majola, and is Ibrahim Sedat. I'm in the meantime scanning the chat box here to see if we have questions, more questions here. The guys on YouTube can also post questions. So here's a question from Frank Aspeling. He's saying, what is the status of the ABT rollout in the taxi industry? I suppose that's account-based ticketing, Frank. Frank, you're welcome to unmute and join the discussion, and maybe the panelists can answer that. I know there's guys from Cuba on a call as well, so the Cuba guys are welcome to join the discussion.
Hello, Harry. Sorry, it's Frank here.
Yes, thank you, Frank.
I'm not sitting like Ibrahim in my shorts, and I'm sitting in a lot of clothing over here because it's ice cold down here.
Absolutely, same this side.
Very good discussions from both Justin and Ibrahim, and all relevant and that sort of thing. But just in terms of the ABT and the whole taxi rollout and that sort of thing, there just seems to be such a sense of lethargy coming from the political environment, and us as service providers can't do anything about it. We need to follow a champion, and I just say that Ibrahim's our champion in that respect. He can co-opt us into terms of assisting him with different forums and that sort of thing, but I think We need a champion who's close to the actual operations or what's going on at the moment in that sort of environment. So Abraham, you are our champion, and you've got to tell us what we need to do to make this happen.
Absolutely. So yeah, haven't
If I
you got any?
can,
If you want me to respond
Yes,
quickly.
please.
okay.
Thank you.
Frank, I think the technical team is talking to Santaco, and they obviously want to drive it commercially as Santaco. So hopefully that picks up some legs and gets to a pilot quite quickly. On the other hand, we've engaged Itaquani, City of Schwane, City of Joburg. We've engaged Joburg Metro. We've engaged City of Cape Town extensively, as well as Nelson Mandela Bay as a DOT SANRAL team. And the ball now is back again in all of their courts. The technical team is ready. We're willing to help and stuff, give them documents and technical specs and interface specs and whatever. But they need to all now get their procurement systems going to, like, you know, upgrade their current systems, et cetera, et cetera. And I think we need to probably just do another rain check-in with, say, Johannesburg, et cetera, because they could be going quite quickly. Cape Town, I think they are already requesting quotes from the service provider about you know, programming fees to do this. But I think where the pressure should come is keep the pressure on any of these entities I've mentioned, because the ball's in their court. Move fast. You know, this doesn't need like a massive you know, greenfield procurement if you already got a system in place, and then that'll, you know, be the good, you know, first phase test. Then after that, I think, and I'd like to hear Justin's thoughts as well, and Vuyisile, about what I was saying. But if you want to bring in taxis and within 3 years and do it strategically in a city and link it to some kind of efficient trunk, use that kind of smart card platform, but augmented, because, and Justin taught me this many years ago, is that if you got the GPS data, then you can use local software platforms and localize the stuff to do as much, you know, transport business intelligence data mining as you need to. So, and then I'm going to throw it back and say, you know, I know you'll throw it back and say, well, then, you know, maybe we like it, but how does it get done? But at least, yeah, even saying that, but can it work from your experience? Can you get like a low resistance, incentivized, sole proprietor at a minimum taxi and the driver feeding a high-speed trunk? Because that's the challenge, right? Obviously, the other legs can come, you know, form and stuff. But well, I'd like to hear what you guys think.
Shall I?
So go
Thank you,
ahead,
Justin.
Justin.
Oh, great. Yeah. So Ibrahim, we with the City of Cape Town had a feeder service operating in Mitchells Plain with 192 taxis feeding Mitchells Plain Town Centre, and using data to reform operations. So the key is to get the sole proprietorship to operate as a fleet, where there's more profit, there's more money, and there's more incentive for the owners to reform, and there's better working conditions for the drivers. And you don't do that by just taking what everyone's doing right now and trying to redistribute. You have to create more opportunities, and you have to create more of an economy. And I think that's the fundamental challenge. And I'm going to connect it to another question on Waterfall City, where, you know, we spent, if you look at that PwC building, there's probably about 200 million Rand in concrete in that building just to build parking. There's across the road, there's another 100 million in a parking garage. So as you drive in these new developments and you see these parking garages, that's 100 million Rand that could have paid for staff transport services that the taxi industry could have done. That's 200 million Rand that's just sunk in. Now, why do the developers do that? It's because the city won't sign off the plan unless they're doing 4 parking bays per 100 square meters or 6 parking bays per 100 square meters. So let's like look at the entire value chain. And we're not talking tires, brakes, and fuel stations for the taxi industry, all right? That's like gimmicky. We're saying that you're spending 200 million Rand, 100 million Rand on building a parking garage that you shouldn't. You should be investing that money, but you don't, because as a developer, you have to ensure the rights are approved by the city. The city signs off on old 1960s thinking of 4 bays per 100 square meters. And guess what? We get more cars and we don't have a viable economy. So if we're going to talk taxi reform, we have to redistribute the private vehicle economy into the public transport network so that there's more for everybody. Then we can reform the industry. Then we can use technology. The technology is the easy part. It's the kind of squishy human politics and squishy human interests, and it's the institutional governance and social incentives that stop us from progress. We've had trackers that can do what you're asking 20 years ago, and they're 99 Rand. You know, the technology is there, but it's redistribution. And you know, when I look at these parking garages and I look at the incentives, we have to challenge the land use, the parking scheme, and the incentive scheme of our developments, and unlock the 100 million Rand to 200 million Rand that sits in parking garages for the benefit of building a bigger movement economy than just let's give a taxi association a fuel station.
Yeah. So I think first, before I forget, I just want to answer Frank with regards to the status on the ABT, and I think as it's not far off from most of the interventions that have come into the taxi industry, all well thought through, all well-meaning, but they never really get adoption. So my answer was simple: pie in the sky, no status. And I think I've been saying this in a lot of our forums. It's that there needs to be an understanding of the makeup of the taxi industry. Now, the revenue generation and the asset ownership in the taxi industry sits with the operator, who's a sole proprietor. Yet you want operational decisions or technology intervention decisions to be made by an association that I affiliate to. Now, if you expect Santaco to make a decision about a fare collection system that is supposed to come into my taxi that I pay for, and is going to be used in conjunction with my driver that I pay for, you're always going to get a disconnect. And I think also there's an emphasis on the huge disconnect between what national government wants to do, what provincial government wants to do, and what local government, which would be your metros and your municipalities, want to do. I mean, if there is no connection between IDPs and integrated transport plans, you're always going to have a PwC spending 100 million on parking, because whatever development is happening in Waterfall City is not speaking to the integrated transport network strategy. So I think it's definitely issues of policy, and the fact that more than anything, strategy and progress in the transport sector is very politicized. I mean, if you are looking at what is happening with the taxi industry now, it's more political than trying to solve for the actual efficiencies of the transport of the taxi industry. And I completely agree with Ibrahim with regards to how do we bring the taxi industry in. You're not going to get it by making a political decision for a sole proprietor who needs to keep his business going. And we still have a long way to go, but it's those people who are going to be champions who are going to say, enough is enough. Go sit in one corner and talk your politics, but we need to get things done as quickly as possible. And that is going to need to be done at local association, individual operator level, not at national level with the taxi industry. Yeah.
Harry,
Thank
can I just quickly come back in if I can?
Please do.
Vuyisela, thanks for that. So I just want to push you back a bit further. So I agree. It's just the way the politics works, unless we have different politics. But I don't think how quickly that'll come. So
Yeah.
you've got to plod through the national body to kind of get the buy-in. But at the same time, you'd have to augment that with implementation. Has to happen locally at each individual proprietor. And the blue sky solution is if the national body brings everyone along, but you don't assume that, especially labor. So you have to have separate streams as well. So that's almost like a necessary but not sufficient step to bring in, say, the national bodies. But from the experience of, say, some of these cities working at the local level too, again, I think unless the entire thing is driven on a no-nonsense, fundamentally, business-oriented basis, very performance-oriented, you'll get locked into long, drawn-out. I mean, there's room for let's call it project capture at all levels. So I think that's the implementation process that has to be beefed up. But I'm thinking it needs to be beefed up by almost utilizing the strengths of the private sector, of the sole proprietor and any others to show them the incentive and say self-regulate and work with us so you make equal or more money. Well, it should be more if you change. So I think that's a challenge. And Justin, I hear you. So is there a way to use the technology to run, let's say worst case, you don't have too much time and you can't get the buy-in to get too many sole proprietors to become shareholders or whatever, but let's call it almost like a virtual fleet, so they still have some control that's not too far of what they're currently doing, and they still have some incentives, and they're seeing cash, from feeding or from doing. And I hear you. I think that's a very good point. We must really push that about growing the market. So it might be useful to identify those top 5 strategic, let's call it market expansion opportunities, whether it's staff transport amongst these scale of businesses, etc., and the trade-off with parking. I think during the 2010 World Cup, when AXA was building the huge parkades in all the airports, and even Menlyn and Centurion, everyone built massive parkades. And I sat and thought about it. I think the typical price then was about 150,000 Rand plus, as you're saying, capital per parking bay in a parkade, multi-story, etc. And then on the other hand, if you take the parking space and the aisle space and the turning space and all that, and you go 3-story walk up, if I drive around, say, the Pretoria CBD, and I look at all the even the off-street parking, that's already another, God knows how many thousand, like 3-story walk up units that you could have right in the CBD, without needing too much transport if you live and work there. So I think my follow-ups to both of you is like, what's your, like, if you had to be running the say and you need to get something going in the next 3 years, 1 to 3, but real practical demonstration solution, let's call it whatever effect, right? The visible effect. So we see how do you get around the so how do you augment the politics? How do you work with the politics of the industry to get local implementation brought in at that coalface level? And Justin, how would you take the next step forward to to expanding the market and to try to get them to run as a virtual fleet, if possible, without being too threatening, and expanding the market to other opportunities. Like, so, you know, does government or someone else become like a trusted third party who then, you know, brings in the other, you know, risk averse, say, corporate employers for staff transport or stuff like that. You know, so, you know, and I don't think you'll have to answer it fully now, but if you can keep going with that for the next month or so, and I'll try and feed that back in to Treasury but it'll be good at some point if you can get the Sandrail CEO and our DG and Justin, and you see they can ask them these questions directly. Thanks.
Thank you, Ibrahim.
Yeah, so I just want to make a key point on this parking question, right? So a fundamental reason why we need to attack parking is to make it undesirable for people to drive to their work and back, that they actually have to think twice before they grab their car keys. That's important because we can release spend from fuel, the depreciating asset that is the car. You know, households shouldn't have 4 cars. They should have maybe 1 for trips that require a car or long distance trips, whatever. So it releases money into the economy. So we stop buying stuff that depreciates. We stop burning dinosaurs, because that's what petrol is, it's dinosaurs. And we just stop a consumption economy. So that's good for people to give them more disposable income. But then what's also really important about this parking question, and the reason I connect it so strongly to this debate, you know, it's not about the taxi industry, how do we work with them, It's actually how do we create more of a mobility economy? Because when you put the middle class into public transport, the middle class will complain, they will write letters to the editor, they will lobby, they will demand better service than what the poor do. And so you end up with this, the middle class needing to use public transport, and then suddenly there'll be extreme, you know, vociferous political accountability on social media, etc. So it's really important that we as a planning sector say our vision is to get all classes, all working groups, all society into public transport. Yes, there are trips that require cars. There are reasons to have cars, and that's fine. But our vision should be that we want inclusion, we want a coherence, and that will then create political will with the middle class coming into public transport again. Not abandoning rail, and then we have, I mean, this rail stripped bare, which is an absolute tragedy. But getting the middle class in, so the targeting parking and making it really difficult to deposit your car at your workplace will create a bigger mobility economy. Now, with the mobility economy bigger, when you go to a taxi industry association, Ibrahim, like we've done in the past, you're not going and saying, let's take the 15 Rand you're collecting from people and the little bits of change that you're getting together, and let's build an industry out of that. You just can't. You can't recapitalize. You can't do what you need to do. But you can if you say, well, let's give you a scholar transport contract. Let's engage with the industrial parks and give you staff transport on our platform. Let's bring in a feeder-based subsidy where every passenger you deliver to the bus station, we give you 2 Rand or 3 Rand or 5 Rand. And you use technology. I mean, the technology does exist to do that. So we've been working in the last 3 years in every IPTN we've worked in, and we've collected data, whether it's in Rustenburg, whether it's in Bombela, whether it's in Cape Town. We've always collected the fleet information with the mindset of understanding how we can engage. So there are probably 10 sites in this country where we've got the data, we know how they move, we know the gaps, we know the needs, and we could tap into that data pretty quickly. So the opportunity for quick change is there, but it doesn't work unless you can create a new mobility economy. If it's just the 15 Rand that you're collecting, then we're going to have, we're going to have the violence, we're going to have the tussle that we have. But the moment that economy grows, yes, it might feel unfair that, well, the taxi industry has a reputation, but once that economy grows, it'll be business people making business decisions, not cartels making survival decisions. So it's so important that we grow the new mobility economy and we really attack private consumption.
Very important. Thank you, Justin. I keep on asking myself, isn't a huge negative burden to sit caught up in traffic and congestion? but we still use private vehicles in spite of that, so what worse can you do to people to make public transport or private transport, less comfortable? That I think that maybe we don't have the answer for that. I don't know.
Yeah, so just to also answer Ibrahim, I think the lowest hanging fruit is creating those incentives for the sole proprietors. If we can demonstrate an incentive for them to enhance their business model or their model of operation, there is absolutely no reason why it would fail. And I think Justin would attest to that. The engagement with the Mitchell's Plain Taxi Association was driven exactly by that. If you can demonstrate the incentives and demonstrate what growth in profits can come from enhancing their business model, then the taxi industry would be more receptive to such changes. And I think also it is also quite very important that in true South African tradition, whatever initiatives come to either influence or implement change in the public transport sector, there is always a glaring capture that comes with it, and it always becomes an impediment. And I think going forward, I look forward to what is going to transpire, specifically with the revised strategy that the Department of Transport is working on, and also the industry knowledge with the Lekgotla that the Minister of Transport is planning in the Indaba. You already have such a huge disconnect with the taxi industry at local level disconnecting and saying, we don't even understand what the minister is talking about. He's not talking to us. I mean, here is an opportunity with the COVID pandemic that the Department of Transport could have come in and implemented a radical change in the taxi industry. And the decision was to politicize it and have it closed doors and have discussions with a leadership that doesn't even own taxis. So they don't even feel what the operator at a grassroots level is feeling. I don't know. I look forward to the rest of the conversation. Maybe Paul Browning is going to have some answers for us.
Absolutely. No, Vuji, thank you very much. And thank you. Let's give them a hand for their contributions this far. I would beg them, maybe they can stay on board for the next panel discussion. It's just a short break and 2 presentations, and then we can have, and we're going to have another panel discussion again. And it will be great if everybody can still be, part of that as well. I see there's quite a nice communication going on in the chat room, and people are, asking questions there and also answering each other. Thank you very much for that. So in the next panel discussion, we will scan through those questions again and see which one of them we can still address. So thank you very much so far. I'm going to give us a roundabout.
Just ask a last question if you got it.
I'll put on. Yes, Ibrahim.
Just at 30 seconds. Justin, just in 20 seconds, just to make it very practical, so I can take it back somehow. Like if you had to expand the market, what's like the top 3 or 5 things you do, or projects, or like where are you spotting the immediate gaps, that some strategic action could start to show some demonstration effect? Is that big corporates or scholars, or have you got any thoughts on that?
Yeah, corporate incentives. The private sector is ready to go. So I'm working with Business for South Africa on how to open up the economy, and an incentive, a tax-based incentive or an ETI incentive or something similar to to get corporates to subsidize staff transport. Corporates are ready. Like, they realized that the lockdown, one of the biggest reasons why the lockdown was extended is because nobody had an answer on the minibus taxi problem. Like, nobody had a clue how we do this safely until we eventually just did it, whether it was safe or not. And so corporates realize that they can't just leave transport at the door anymore. The transport problem starts at their workers' homes. So corporates are ready to engage. They've got pockets, they've got needs, they are ready to engage. They need direction, they need leadership, and the public sector needs to step up with clear messaging and clear leaderships. Leadership.
On that, I now I remember. I think I've picked up that some of the powers that be feel that I think it was called the Red Dot transport scheme in the Western Cape, where they transported healthcare workers on taxis on a contract. So it's the stuff like that.
Yes.
So it has been noticed at national level. So just any comments, like would you something like that, and expanding on that a bit, or you see any gaps there, or just some thoughts? Sorry, Harry, and then I'm done.
Transport is social. Transport is social. So transport moves people to clinics. So there's budget in the health budget for transport improvements. We move school children. There's budget there. So if you look at all the social services and the social budgets, we're buying ambulances for passenger transport, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We need to expand the mobility economy and spend our money as a country on transport holistically, and use that so that we can invest in operators, and invest in an industry that we can be very proud of. It's possible, it's doable, but the budgets are there for us to leverage. It needs political will, it needs direction, it needs visioning, and basically we have to build it to be South African and to be ready for our needs, because we can't import models anymore. We have to figure it out ourselves.
Yeah, very true.
Thank you very much. Very valuable inputs. Thank you, Ibrahim, as well, and Justin and Vuji, for your contributions. We really appreciate it, and hopefully you can stay a little bit longer, and we'll see you later on. I'm going to put up a timer for us. Let's take a short 10 minutes break. Thank you very much.
I'm unmuted now.
All right, there we back again. Welcome everybody. I see the group has grown nicely again. Thank you for hanging in there with us. I'm going to share our program so that we can see the way forward. So we're still talking, it's still the 20th of August, 2020, and we're discussing policy, legislation, and strategy in public transport. And we're proudly hosted by the Bunya Group. Thank you again, Vuyisile Majola, for you and your team and the work you are doing and supporting the Transport Forum. And obviously the rest of the gold sponsors of the Transport Forum. We really appreciate your support and making this Transport Forum possible. Our next presenter then for this afternoon is Mr. Paul Browning. He's a public transport analyst and he's from Transforum Business Development. And he's going to talk about the unregulated minibus taxi. Is it a convenient myth? Thank you, Paul. We're looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Harry. I'm just trying to share my screen with you. Just a moment. Just while I share, wait a moment. Yes, I'm almost there. We are good. Thank you. Thank you, Harry, and thanks to the Transport Forum for putting on these events, and thank you to Obunya for sponsoring this particular one, as it does others. I'm going to talk about the taxi, and some of you might think, what's an elderly white guy talking about the taxi? I'll just tell you very quickly that my background is in public transport, so I can understand and empathize with the things that Ibrahim's saying, for example, about transport planning and operations and management. But in 1987, I was appointed by the South African Black Taxi Association as their transport policy advisor, and I stayed with them right through to the formation of Santaco in 2001, and I stayed with Santaco in the same position for the first 5-year term of its office. So, and I'm still very much involved in various aspects of the taxi industry. And by the way, not only at that national level, I get very much involved at local level too. So that's why I think I can talk about these things. And you'll see I suggest that it may be a myth that the taxi is unregulated. So I'm going to be deliberately slightly naive to start off with, so bear with me, but there is a point in it. Let me see where we get to. No, one moment, I'm sorry, I'm trying to move, believe it or not, I'm trying to move my screen on. There we are, good, okay. So the unregulated taxi, it's suddenly in the last 3 or 4 months been something that has been spouted, I suppose one might say, by politicians. For example, Minister Mbalula, this is on the 16th of July when he gave the economics cluster briefing to the media. Minister Mbalula said, COVID-19 showed the difficulty of dealing with an unregulated industry. And then just a few days later, Gauteng MEC Jacob Mamabolo said that the COVID-19 support committees, which he'd set up with the taxi industry, form part of government's efforts to formalize the unregulated sector. So it's an article of faith, if you like, that the taxi industry is unregulated. And you find this also in the media, I can show you any number of, quite a number anyway, of opinion pieces and indeed news items that just automatically refer to the unregulated taxi industry. And I'm baffled by this, I have to say, because it's just not true. I want to take just a few minutes looking at the regulatory framework to show you that the taxi is in fact very strictly regulated. The principal act that regulates it, Ibrahim mentioned it, is the National Land Transport Act of 2009. But there are other acts which govern the taxi industry. The National Road Traffic Act of 1996 is very relevant, and so is the Basic Conditions of Employment Act of 1997, and particularly the Sectoral Determination number 11, gazetted under that act, which in April 2005 came out to govern the taxi sector. So it's difficult to say that the taxi is not regulated, and I just want to look quickly at some of those regulations are. Remember, these are the National Land Transport Act is an act of Parliament. It's not somebody's good idea or a policy or a strategy. It's the National Land Transport Act. And the first thing it says, under regulation of road-based public transport, Section 50 says, no person may operate a road-based public transport service unless he or she is the holder of an operating license. Now that's quite unequivocal, and the minibus taxi, the owner of a minibus taxi is operating a road-based public transport service, and therefore the regulation says that he or she, or it, I suppose, must be the holder of an operating license. And let's have a look at what happens when you apply for an operating license. What do you have to say? Very briefly, let's look at this. An operating license may only be issued if the applicant has furnished a valid tax clearance certificate from SARS, saying that the tax affairs are in order. And then has signed a statement to the effect that he or she or it will comply with labour laws in respect of drivers and so on, as well as sectoral determinations of the Department of Labour. So if you are issued with an operating licence, you are obliged by regulation, by legislation, to comply with those things. Let's just have a very, very quick look at just one aspect of this sectoral determination issued under the Basic Conditions of Employment Act. It's got all sorts of things in it, but just look at this one. On every payday, the employer must give the employee a statement showing the wage rate, the overtime rate, and the allowance rate, the number of ordinary hours and overtime hours worked, the number of hours worked on a public holiday or a Sunday, the employee's total wage for the period, and then at the bottom there, the employer's registration number with the UIF and the employer's contribution to the fund. Now, that's quite significant because Minister Mbalula, when he was talking about the need for the COVID-19 relief fund, which the taxi leadership has rejected, but when he was talking about that, he said that it's necessary because taxi drivers are not covered by UIF. And yet here is a piece of legislation based on an act of Parliament that says it must be. So what do we think then? Let me just look very quickly and then I'll move on to something a bit more sensible, I suppose. But withdrawal, suspension, or amendment of the operating license or permit. Let's have a look what might happen if you don't obey the regulations. The relevant entity, that's the provincial regulatory entity who issues the operating licenses. It may at any time withdraw, amend, or suspend the operating license for such a period as it may deem fit if the holder, or, and this is my emphasis, the employee of the holder, i.e. the driver, if the holder or the driver has been convicted of an offence under this act or under a law relating to motor vehicles or the regulation of traffic. So if you're the owner of an operating license, the holder of an operating license and the owner of a taxi, and your driver goes through a red robot and an alert traffic cop jumps out and says, I stop you, and you're hauled before the beak and you're convicted of an offence under the National Road Traffic Act, then you as the owner may find that your operating license may be suspended and you'll lose the opportunity to make income from it. And even more, let's look finally at offences and penalties. Offences and penalties. A person is guilty of an offence if that person operates a public transport service in contravention of section 50. That's the one that says you must have an operating license. If you don't, you're guilty of an offence under the Act. Or if that person operates a public transport service contrary to the terms and conditions of the operating license which he holds and so on. So either of those is considered to be an offence. Now, what is the penalty? Where a person is convicted of any one of the offences mentioned above, a term of imprisonment not exceeding 2 years or a fine not exceeding 100,000 rands may be imposed. Now, if you're thinking of operating a taxi without an operating licence, then you may find that your bank balance regularly is reduced by 100,000 rands, and if you carry on doing it, you might find yourselves in orange overalls. Surely, in those circumstances, nobody would operate a taxi or the public transport service without an operating license. But of course, they do. I just want to say, finally, that how important these things are taken by government, by the legislature, and of course by the executive in the form of the department. That 2009 National Land Transport Act has an amendment bill, which was introduced into Parliament in 2013. 3 years later, in 2016, was revised and retabled. It was to take account mainly of e-hailing services. And in February of this year, it completed all its parliamentary processes and was sent to the president for signature. He hasn't, as far as I know, signed it yet, but he has been tied up with other things. But for something like 7 years, the executive, in the form of the department, was producing suggestions for the or draft legislation for Parliament, for the National Assembly and the NCOP, which scrutinised every last detail, whether it should be an and or a but, and so on. And so the fact that these offences and penalties we've just spoken about, they really are taken very seriously by government. However, it's clear, and so I say that it's clear that the minibus taxi is not unregulated, but we do find that some people, in fact, don't comply with the regulations. Now, as we speak this morning, Minister Mbalula is holding a big conference to launch the public discourse on changes in the taxi industry, which are going to be dealt with at La Jotla sometime in, I think, October. Yes, I think October. We'll find out more about it when we read the newspapers later today. And it's going to be a public discourse. Now, it's not quite clear how that will all happen. But I think that you would find that if individual members of the public are permitted and encouraged to submit their views, a heck of a lot of them will say, why don't you do something about the way the taxi operates? Why don't you enforce the legislation and regulations? They won't use that word, but that's what they'll be saying. So that's why I say that the fact that the taxi is unregulated is something of a convenient myth, because it's useful, God bless them, for government as a whole to suggest that the taxi industry is in fact unregulated, rather than have to accept that it's heavily regulated, but those regulations are not enforced. And now we come to another problem, that the legislation and the regulations have been developed by an executive and a legislature, which are inherently in the formal sector and which they themselves think in terms of the formal sector of business. So they expect companies like Putco and Algoa Bus and so on to adhere to the regulations and perhaps just occasionally be hauled up if they don't do so. But they simply cannot conceive of the completely different way in which the informal sector looks on things like legislation. The taxi is very definitely in the informal sector with a quite distinctive way of life and way of looking at things, way of operating. I just want to quote something here from an article by somebody called Barry Terblanche as far back in Business Day, as far back as April 2006. He thinks, and I agree with him, the culture that infuses informal business springs from necessity. The aim is urgent fulfillment of needs, the thinking is immediate, and the process is hand to mouth. And I think that is the nature of informal business. Somebody who's going to start up an informal business doesn't say, I must now find out what all the laws are that govern it. He just says, well, here's a way of making money. Let me go ahead and do it. In the case of most informal businesses, however, they are relatively small in the economy. But that's not the case with the minibus taxi. It's got, you choose your figures, but it's got a turnover of perhaps 40 billion rands a year and capital investment at current replacement values, probably around 80 billion to 100 billion rands. It is massive, and it's the majority public service provider. So government can't simply say, oh, we'll sort of ignore it and we'll deal with the Putcos and the like. It has to deal with the taxi, and the taxi does not obey all the regulations and legislation that governs it. And the answer, of course, is formalization. If there's to be an improvement in legal compliance, then the taxi industry must be persuaded or required to make the transition from the informal sector of business to the formal sector. And the process is one of formalization. That's what it's generally called. Now, this is not new. It's being talked about again now, but it isn't exactly new. For example, the National Transport Policy White Paper in 1996 said this: regulated competition will mean that the minibus taxi industry will have to be formalized and measures introduced to enhance its economic viability. Minibus taxis could form legally registered businesses, for example, cooperatives or companies. So that was a quarter of a century ago. It doesn't quite seem to have achieved the objectives that the white paper thought would be useful. And I'd just like to draw your attention to the end of the first sentence there. The incentive, if you like, the carrot, was that formalization would enable the taxi industry to enhance its economic viability. You'd think that that is an offer that the taxi industry can't refuse, but somehow it does seem to have refused it. Let's go forward a bit to 2015, only 5 years ago. The City of Cape Town came out with this statement. The City of Cape Town's council today adopted a game-changing policy for the transformation of the minibus taxi industry. The intention is to establish association-based taxi operating companies, where the company owns the operating licenses and not individuals, as is currently the case. The establishment of these companies is a fundamental building block to prepare and position the minibus taxi industry to access economic opportunities. Note that again. What is going to be the incentive? It will mean that there will be greater economic opportunities through diversification and so on. Now, I would have expected, and I'm sure you and the public at large in Cape Town anyway, would have expected that the morning after that statement was made, that the doors of the Metro Centre would be being pounded on by the leadership of taxi associations saying, please, please, let us be first in the queue to gain these new these new economic opportunities. Tell us how we can establish association-based taxi operating companies. That's what the formal sector would do, and that's what the formal sector government thinks should happen, but somehow it doesn't seem to have happened. Justin mentioned, and I think Buyisile also mentioned the pilot project in Mitchell's Plain. Can I say that with respect, I believe it is the exception that proves the rule. Okay, now let's begin to draw this to a bit of a close. We're right up to date now. Here's Transport Minister Fikile Mbalula talking just at the end of June on this really quite important platform, the Power Talk program on Power FM. He said, you can't have subsidization without formalization, and you can't have formalization without a subsidy. The benefits of formalization mean that the state will then subsidize the industry. You can't get more unequivocal than that, can you? That is a carrot that surely the taxi industry will now not be able to ignore or to leave alone. And it's not going to be something that's going to be in the far future. At the beginning of this month on SABC News carried a news report that said this: Transport Minister Fikile Mbalula says he wants to start the process of formalizing the taxi industry by April next year, April 2021. Briefing Parliament on plans for the taxi in Daba, Mbalula said the taxi industry suffered losses during the lockdown because it couldn't access the COVID-19 related funding due to its informal nature. That's the informal nature of the taxi industry, and the government wants to change that for the future. Now, if you look at that date of April, that's the start of the new financial year, government financial year. And I imagine that at the moment, Minister Mbalula and his department are engaging seriously with Minister Tito Mboweni and Treasury, so that in the budget, which I think usually will be in February next year, there will be a large amount of money available to subsidize the taxi industry as long as it is willing to formalize. However, it says that what Minister Mbalula said earlier was that formalization and subsidization go together. But what I think he was saying was, you must formalize first so that we can give you subsidy. And I would just say, with respect to all concerned, that every transport minister since Mac Maharaj in 1994 has said the present subsidy system is unfair, and we're certainly going to do something about it. So there might be just a degree of skepticism. And finally, let me say this: the carrot and the stick. The carrot clearly is the prospect of greater economic opportunities. And the most recent statement of Minister Mbalula suggests that even juicier carrot, and not merely the prospect of greater economic opportunities, an unequivocal promise of government financial support in the form of subsidization. And ladies and gentlemen, may I just take you back for a moment to the National Taxi Task Team, which reported in 1996. And it said that when it started its public hearings, it did 36 hearings around the country. The one subject that came up over and over again was that of subsidization. The taxi industry wanted subsidization. So the formal sector, as I say here, would surely see this as irresistible. But the informal sector might not respond in the same way. Yes, we want subsidy. I can give you my bank account details, and if you'll send in the, what is it, 3,000 rands a month per taxi, I'd be very grateful. But that isn't quite what the government has in mind. And there will almost certainly, in my view, be a parallel need for the stick of the legal requirements and the threat of the penalties which can be imposed. And I'm going to finish by quoting from Theodore Roosevelt more than 100 years ago, but I think it really does still apply. Speak softly and carry a big stick. And that is advice that I would give to government as it approaches the task of transformation of the minibus taxi industry. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you so much, Paul, for that well substantiated and researched presentation. We really appreciate your knowledge and your years of experience sharing with us. Hopefully you will be available for the panel discussion just now. I'm quite sure that people will have some questions for you. So thank you very much for that. We really appreciate your input. Ladies and gents, we're going to have our last presentation, but not the least, obviously. And this presentation, I'm just quickly sharing with you. This presentation is from Mr. Peter Cross. He's the team leader for transportation standards for South African Bureau of Standards. And he's going to talk about the role of SABS in the public transport industry. Thank you very much, Peter, for sharing your knowledge with us. There's the presentation mode, and then we can go. So at the bottom of your screen, there's a little screen thingy that you click on, the bottom right of your screen.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Peter.
Can you see the presentation?
Just presentation mode.
I beg your pardon, Harry. Sorry, I'm missing part of what you said.
Just go to presentation mode for us. You can either go to slideshow at the top of your screen. You'll see there's slideshow in the middle top of your screen, slideshow. No, not that one. You can go back. At the middle top of your screen, there's slideshow.
Aha.
Okay, then from beginning. Yeah, from beginning.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Harry.
Here we go. Great stuff.
And apologies, ladies and gentlemen, for keeping you waiting.
No problem.
Harry, I thought I'd surprise you with my outfit and appearance this morning.
Excellent.
We were roughing it yesterday with the overalls, but I thought we better create a good impression today. So
thank you very much.
I'm appropriately dressed. And thank you again for your patience. Ladies and gents, thank you for your invitation to attend and to present on behalf of Dr. Sadhbir Bassoon, our executive, a presentation on the development of automotive standards and their contribution to the domain of public transport. Again, we would also like to thank the Transport Forum and Ubunye for sponsoring this event. Thank you to them. We look forward to the presentation. Dumelang Bahetsu. Relebohile. Let's go forward. Right. In terms of what we're going to chat about, we'll briefly touch on the background to the SABS, objectives in terms of standardization, because this is, let's say, a field which is somewhat different and unique. Knowledge is specialized in this area, so we'd be happy and grateful to share with yourselves information on standardization and how we go about achieving standardization. Hopefully, we'll be able to convince yourselves that we have an important role to play within that field. And it's our privilege to be part of this initiative and to actually then contribute constructively to the promotion and safe use of public transport. We'll deal then with standards matters, including technical activities, covering strategy as well. Public transport, we'll briefly touch on that. The World Forum for Harmonization of Vehicle Regulations plays a very important role within the standardization, specifically automotive reality. So we will be touching on that as well. Briefly on the National Road Safety Plan, I'll give you some examples of interventions that we have planned and currently underway, and then examples of standards relevant to vehicles, primarily dealing with those vehicles and transport mediums within the public transportation domain. Then we have a list of transportation-related technical committees, which we can look at, and hopefully we'll be able to convince parties to actually become involved in standardization. Right, just very briefly, the SABS comprises 3 tiers, of which standards really is the foundation to the organization. We also then have laboratory services in terms of the reality whereby testing forms an integral part of standards, and in order to support standardization, testing performs an extremely important function within that reality. And then certification, of course, is a reality which is required in terms of bringing stakeholders into the SABS fold, and also in terms of assisting companies to take advantage of the reality of standards and what standards present in terms of opportunities. Okay, as far as objectives and standardization are concerned, I beg your pardon, just let's go up again. There are three primary objectives that we try to meet in terms of our objectives as far as standardization is concerned. To develop and maintain relevant South African national standards that support the competitiveness of South African industry and facilitate the protection of health, safety, and the environment. We also wish then to maintain a credible, inclusive, transparent, impartial, and efficient standards development process that provides wide and participative participation and consensus and adherence then to consensus principles. More about consensus later. Standards is a voluntary environment, and as such, we don't have a first prize reality in terms of the development of standards. we have an inclusive process. And given that reality, broad-based participation and consultation takes place. That is a reality within which it's very difficult sometimes to achieve absolute agreement. So normally, within the standards environment, qualified agreement that is acceptable to all parties is what is achieved and what is accepted as a norm. Then in closing, as far as objectives are concerned, we maintain and increase the influence in the regional and international standardization arena in order to promote South African views and interests within the standards development reality. Right, some of the benefits of standards. In terms of government, we present an alternative to regulation, which is containing a freer and more voluntary reality. And as such, we believe that its adherence to voluntary norms provides us with an opportunity then to allow for less red tape and cost, whilst ensuring that products and services produced and rendered meet the health and safety reality. As far as the regulators are concerned, and this would encompass the field of the NRCS, the National Regulator for Compulsory Specifications. This provides, or standards provide them then with an opportunity for regulatory bodies to carry out their responsibility in as effective a manner as possible. With regard to business, we present in terms of standards a powerful tool for organizations of all sizes, while supporting innovation and increasing productivity. As far as the end user is concerned, we protect consumers' fundamental rights to safety and the right to be informed and the right to choose products, services, processes, and materials. So we adhere to the reality whereby the end user is then the ultimate beneficiary in terms of standards. Right. As far as our strategy is concerned, as far as standardization is concerned, an analysis of trade and economic benefits of each and every new project is undertaken before the project is actually then allowed to proceed further. We create specific strategies, and we have created, to involve SMMEs, NGOs, and government in standardization activities, in addition to, obviously, the involvement of industry as a whole. The enhancement of internal and external expertise is a reality within the standards environment. We then align ourselves with government initiatives, for example, the National Industrial Development Plan and many others. The promotion of the use of standards in business transactions and legislation is an opportunity that presents itself within the standards reality. And then it's our aim to always ensure that committees become as efficient as possible and are run and fulfill their objectives in as efficient a manner as possible. And then we always, as indicated earlier, try to respond to national priorities. Okay, the differences then between regulation and standards. A standard is a document approved by a recognized body, provides for common and repeated use, rules, guidelines, or characteristics for products and services, and related processes or production methods with which compliance is not mandatory. However, technical regulations are documents which lay down product or service characteristics or their related processes and production methods, including administrative provisions with which compliance is mandatory. So the real difference there is non-mandatory as opposed to mandatory. Good. Right, critical concepts in terms of standardization. In terms of the SABS reality as a national standardization body, these instruments which are produced are South African national standards. They are not SABS standards. And that particular emphasis is accentuated because we want people to understand that it is the South African public and South Africa as a whole which owns effectively the national standards, represented by the technical committee concerned, and not the SABS. Although the SABS is pivotal and fundamental in terms of producing the standards, they actually belong to the technical committee concerned and the greater public at large. These are committee driven, as indicated, to ensure industry relevance and industry in its totality, including government, SMMEs, and other role players who are important. Associations, for example, would be very important within that context. Industry-driven and industry-supported associations. We utilize a consensus-building approach, more about that later. But consensus is a form of agreement, of qualified agreement. We then act as the facilitator, publishing house, as indicated, and we utilize a project approach. Details around the instruments that we utilize in terms of the development of standards. I've just been provided with a note to the effect my link is is everybody still on board? I assume so.
Yes, we are on board. Thank you.
Great.
I just had to unmute myself.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Okay. The instruments that we utilize are technical committees. And as I say, these are the ownership bodies that actually run the standardization process. What is a technical committee? It's a group of representatives concerned with standardization, responsible for identifying the need for and preparation of South African national standards and other normative and non-normative documents in a defined field that reflects valid national interests within that field. We have, for example, what we have called our main or our most relevant or our fundamental technical committee dealing with vehicles, TC 022, TC 22, construction of motor vehicles. That is an example of a technical committee that we have. Subcommittees are then very similar instruments which are utilized when you're dealing with a very broad field. They are subordinate to the technical committee, run in a very similar manner, constructed in a very similar manner. More details will be forthcoming. And these also then reflect valid national interests within that particular subfield. Under those two bodies, where we are dealing with a specific project, for example, we then appoint what's known as a working group, which is the bullet second from bottom on the slide. What is a working group? A group of nominated subject matter experts appointed by a particular TC or SC to deal with a particular project or aspect thereof. Those working groups are then staffed by what we call experts, nominated individual with identified expertise, as opposed to technical and subcommittees, which are utilize participating and observer members. These people are technical / administrative high-level individuals who attend those meetings and have an interest in those particular meetings, i.e. technical and subcommittee meetings. Those parties have P membership, which is obligatory basically, as indicated, which means they are obliged to attend meetings and they need to then vote on documents. Documents are circulated at various intervals in terms of their development phase. There will be more about that later. We do have, however, an observer member status, which allows people to be aware of what is actually occurring and developments that are taking place, but they are then not in a position to vote on documents. They are, however, in a position to comment on documents should that be required. Again, we will be going into that in slightly more depth as the presentation progresses. Those committees, technical and subcommittees, then utilize what we call liaisons with other committees or organizations. Typically, they would liaise, for example, with an ISO committee, which is an international standardization committee, in order to ensure that we are relevant within the greater export-import reality as far as understanding what international standards require and adhering as closely as possible to those realities in order to maximize our impact as far as the development of standards and these instruments is concerned. Okay, typically a technical or subcommittee would utilize the following as far as representation and interest is concerned. Important membership hinges around a number of parties as indicated here, but it's important for us to understand that there are key membership groups that we require. One of those is, for example, associations. Again, those people represent a large portion or a large constituency within a specific area of work that normally takes place. Within the automotive sector, for example, NAMSA would play a key role. Government representation, the DOT would play a key role. And then there are numerous others, as indicated here: manufacturers, importers, government being touched on, academia potentially, the universities, organized labor if relevant, SMMEs and NGOs, user groups, very important, because these represent the consumer perspective as far as standardization and products are concerned. And then manufacturers, importers would be represented as well. Importers / exporters would be represented. Good. Right, as far as the development of standards are concerned, where a new project is proposed or required, there are two major approaches that one could look at. Where you have a uniquely South African approach, for example, in terms of the development of specific products that meet a unique South African market or need, there you might be required to develop a standard from scratch, from absolute zero. Potentially the advantages of that would be that the standard would be more focused and would address the needs of that particular group in as focused a manner as possible. It needs to be understood, however, that where you are doing this, the time reality is obviously something that needs to be understood. It will take more time. Cost-wise, the reality is that persons and people who provide input into standards need to do so within the reality of the fact that they would need to dedicate time and effort to this requirement. So there are costs involved in terms of the development of standards. We also need to ensure that we do not contravene the WTO TBT agreement. And in addition to that, we need to be very sure that we don't reinvent the wheel. And we do this, more about that later. The other significant or major option or key criteria that we would need to look into in terms of this reality would then to be or to look at the reality whereby we would adopt or modify a regional or international standard to ensure that we again align as closely as possible to international best practice. Advantages of that are time related. It takes considerably less time to actually achieve that end goal. Compliance with the WTO TBT is normally achieved, and then trade realities are addressed in terms of the international or regional grouping within which the original document was then developed, and the allowance then and understanding that within that reality trade can then take place. Disadvantage, potentially it might not be the most appropriate standard for our unique needs. Right. Right. As far as the development process is concerned, just let's have a look. I beg your pardon. Just let's again. Right. In principle, just to
Peter, sorry to come in here. I just want to take note of time. Let's have another 10 minutes.
Okay. Okay. As far as the development processes are concerned of standards, in principle, no local standards development project is taken, I beg your pardon, without consideration of international, regional, foreign, national, or published standards that are currently in place. And consensus then deals with, and as indicated, general agreement characterized by the absence of sustained opposition to substantial issues by any important part of the concerned interest, and by a process that involves taking into account the views of all parties concerned, and then to reconcile any conflicting arguments. Consensus need not imply unanimity, as indicated earlier. Right, as far as the development of standards is concerned and the process concerned, these are the stages that standards go through as far as their development is concerned. They start off as a new work item proposal, and as indicated earlier, are interrogated at that point. A working group is then put together once that proposal has been approved, and a working draft is the final outcome of that reality. That is the bulk of the work that is required as far as the standard is concerned. But it then has a number of checks and balances that it goes through in order to ensure that it is in fact representative of what industry requires and has been scrutinized for accuracy and correctness. And in order to achieve this, it undergoes what we call a committee draft stage, where it goes back to the technical committee concerned for a period of 21 days, is scrutinized, commented on if required. Meetings are held, should that be needed, to actually resolve any concerns. And the document thereafter goes out for a public inquiry stage for general or comment by the general public. If and when that process is completed and comments are not received, the document is then ready for publication. Should comments be received at that point, the necessary meetings are then and discussions are held in order to resolve those, and publication then takes place. Thereafter, every 5 years, the document is reviewed by the committee concerned to ensure that it's still relevant and functional within the reality required. Okay, as far as the development processes are concerned, we have a number of deliverables, of which the South African national standard is by far the most important. We have other forms of deliverables. However, these are not as thoroughly processed as a national standard. And the standard then remains priority in terms of the work that the SABS does as far as standardization is concerned. We then need to comply to certain directives. Amongst those are the Standards Act, the technical barriers to trade, as alluded to earlier, and then standards development processes and procedures based on ISO/IEC guidelines. And then we have a document known as the national norm, to which we adhere in terms of the development of standards. This document is available. As far as I'm aware, it is available free of charge. But I am not absolutely certain about that at this point. It was available free of charge. Whether or not it's currently available without cost, I'm not fully aware of at this point. I would need to check on that. Okay. SABS Standards sees itself as a leading organization in assisting industry in the development of relevant national standards. Now, this is pertaining to the public sector, public transport sector, and all other sectors, obviously. But in particular this morning, we then see ourselves as a leading organization which should serve to enhance markets and open opportunities to relevant role players, including key stakeholders. In order to achieve this, technical and relevant subcommittees are utilized, the output of which currently has resulted in a portfolio of over 7,000 standards. And these obviously then assist in stratifying markets and providing both industry and stakeholders with the framework needed to provide end users with products that are functional, capable of meeting the exacting demands of our discerning end users. We also then participate internationally in terms of standardization. Why would we do this? I have alluded to some of these realities. Obviously, it's a source of existing knowledge. International technical committees make decisions on requirements that could affect our industry from a trade perspective, obviously. We don't want to create trade barriers in terms of standardization. We want to increase trade, and then if you participate, you assist in making those rules. How do we achieve this? We actively participate in those committees. We then mirror those international activities, utilizing our committees to do so. Delegates to international meetings are mandated by the national committee, and a mandate is provided to those parties within which discussions take place internationally by the committee, by the local committee concerned. And then report back and recommendations are provided by those parties. Okay, as far as automotive standards are concerned, it needs to be noted that automotive standards in the Republic generally utilize and adhere to the appropriate UN ECE vehicle regulations. The UN ECE Sustainable Transport Division provides the Secretariat services to Working Party 29. This is the World Forum that incorporates into its regulatory framework the technical innovations in terms of vehicles to make them safer and more environmentally sound. In addition, then, South Africa participates and is active in matters of standardization, relative both to SADC, which is regional South African or Southern Africa, I beg your pardon, and also relevant to the entire continent. South Africa is viewed as a leader in many of these fields, and we actively participate in those forums in order to achieve commonality of requirements. Okay. The World Forum for Harmonization of Vehicle Regulations is Working Party 29 of the Inland Transport Division of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. It's tasked with creating uniform system of regulations called UN regulations for vehicle design to facilitate international trade. Working Party 29 was established in 1952 and as a party of experts with regard to technical requirements pertaining to vehicles. The forum works on regulations covering vehicle safety, environmental protection, energy efficiency, and theft resistance. The core of the forum's work is based around the 1958 agreement. Okay, I won't belabor the point in terms of that agreement. Right. This forms a legal framework wherein participating countries, i.e. contracting parties, agree to a common set of technical prescriptions and protocols. These were formerly called UNECE regulations, or less formally ECE regulations. Okay, each contracting party's type approvals are recognized by the other contracting parties. It needs to be understood that many non-European countries are now also contracting parties to the 1958 agreement. And we are one of those parties. The NRCS represents South Africa, the national regulator for compulsory specifications, at this forum, Working Party 29 on behalf of South Africa. And it also holds meetings with all stakeholders, I beg your pardon, with all stakeholders in terms of discussion of the achievement of the required mandates prior to attending meetings, and then providing feedback in terms of the meetings that they then actually attend. Our technical committees and subcommittees have then adopted the applicable UNECE regulations as per the 58 agreement. And we are in process ongoing in terms of those adoptions, wherever feasible and wherever required and proposed. The NRCS then references the adopted regulations in their compulsory specifications for motor vehicles. These regulations are revised and or amended from time to time by Working Party 29, and South Africa is obliged to adopt the latest version of those documents. Okay, as far as public transportation is concerned, in assisting industry to address the ongoing challenges to this sector, it's essential to understand the importance of the development of SA national standards which underpin the legislative framework under which vehicles and or components are manufactured within and for the South African market. It's imperative then the standards therefore address matters pertaining to safety, both in their passive and active forms. Active features being features that assist in the prevention or mitigation of road accidents. Passive features being those which are designed to protect vehicle occupants once an accident has occurred. Active features then engage to either prevent the accident or assist in reduction of the accident in terms of severity. Just coming to the National Road Safety Plan, those 5 criteria are the ones that were looked at as priority. Safer vehicles being the reality within which we are primarily developing standards within the sphere that I deal with, i.e. automotive standards. As far as transportation standards are concerned, we are in a position then to address that pillar. In the interim, new technologies such as electronic stability control, lane guard assist, and adaptive cruise control are, for example, some of the features which are included in the latest generation vehicles and are rapidly bridging the gap towards full autonomy in terms of the development of vehicles going forward. So we want to include the latest technologies in terms of standardization. That's one of our key aims. Vehicle standards can then be broadly divided into 4 basic categories. Standards applicable with regard to completed vehicles, standards dealing with vehicle components, standards dealing in terms of matters of safety or addressing those, and then standards concerned with and looking at future aids or utilizing emerging and utilizing, let's say, emerging / current technologies. Okay, as far as standards, for example, within the domain of completed vehicles are concerned, here's an example of one, SANS 20036, which is an adoption of ECER 136, the approval of large passenger vehicles with regard to their general construction. And we then provide information as to the detail of the standard concerned, applies to a single-deck rigid or articulated vehicles that are designed and constructed for the carriage of persons that have a capacity in excess of 22 passengers, whether seated or standing, in addition to the driver, and have an overall width not exceeding, I would have thought, 2.3 meters. But okay, if we page down, then there are a number of other standards that I have included within this reality. For whatever reason, it's refusing to respond at this point. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, there we go. And then we have various other standards. Here's one dealing with specific components, for example, which would be relevant within this context. Uniform provisions concerning the approval of seats of large passenger vehicles and of these vehicles with regard to the strength of their seats and anchorages. Braking is another key component within the reality of standardization and safety. Electronic stability control. Now, these are the types of areas that we are delving in currently and where we would like to see progress taking place as far as standardization is concerned. The proposed UN regulation on advanced emergency braking systems for cars. This could significantly, for example, reduce accidents and address requirements for approval of vehicle-to-vehicle and vehicle-to-pedestrian AEBS fitted on vehicles. And then construction or consideration of standards dealing with autonomous vehicles. Okay, those are currently still under discussion, but those are the types of standards that we would be looking at going forward. Here is a list of the relevant committees that deal with the construction of motor vehicles. As you can see, that's the master committee on top. We have, for example, under that committee, braking, towing devices, lighting and optics. We then have other freestanding committees, tires, rim dimensions and repairs, traffic law enforcement equipment, intelligent transport systems, category L vehicles, which are motorcycles, roadworthiness of motor vehicles. A lot of activity is being undergone within that reality at the moment, especially within the African context. Vehicle hoists, jacks and stands. Hoists are currently under discussion. There are numerous considerations with regard to that. It's a safety priority standard. You can understand why. And then we even have non-motorized transport, for example. Just in closing, the SABS prides itself in fulfilling its mandate, whereby we develop standards that contribute to the well-being of society and to furthermore provide developmental opportunities to industry, which in turn gives rise to material improvement to the economy and that of South African citizens. In order to achieve this and maximize our ability, I beg your pardon, to invest in society, it is imperative that relevant affected stakeholders make themselves available in terms of active contribution. This is achieved by becoming members of technical and/or subcommittees as relevant. With this in mind, should any of you today feel that you wish to contribute, please do not hesitate to contact the SABS or myself in this regard, and then my details will be provided in the following slide. I also just want to thank my colleague Nguleni Sundani for kindly contributing to the preparation of this presentation. There are my details and the details of the SABS. I hope that I've gone some way to enlightening you. Apologies for perhaps picking up the pace towards the end there, but I don't want to exceed time limits, Harry. I think that covers what I wanted to inform yourselves of. Thank you so much.
Peter, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Clearly, you guys have to think of everything, of every component, of every forum, of every country. I think you're doing an incredible job, and thank you for your hard work you're doing. We really appreciate that. Hopefully you'll be available now for a panel discussion that we're going to have, you guys, and the guys of this morning, everybody, Justin, you guys, Fuji, Paul, can we have all our panelists please unmuting yourselves, and we'll really appreciate if you can be available and we can throw the table open. I see there's extremely interesting discussions going on in the chat room. There wasn't really questions I can pick up, but very interesting discussions, and I've already learned a lot from that. So guys, have a look in the chat room. You'll see there's interesting stuff going on there. I want to give Verlene Manuel already some time ago asked that she want to say a few words. So Verlene, if you're still online, you're welcome to unmute yourself and ask your question or make your comment. Verlene Manuel.
Hi, thank you, Harry. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. I would like to just say that, you know, the taxi being the topic as to what's going on. And my concern is that I believe we should go and use this as a tender for routes. The reason being, once the tenders go on routes like every other transport mode should tender for it, then the compliance will be in place. Because when you actually go on a taxi, which I've done between Johannesburg and Cape Town, and I mean, the part of getting you in traffic jam places with such a short space of time, obviously every rule in the book is broken to get you on time, but that can cost you your life. So you try and speak to the driver and saying, why do you do this? You know, and he says, look, for my boss, he's got his money for the day. All the extras is mine. So that brings him about to drive recklessly. And then if we look at the stats of how much losses of life, then it's more than World War II. So if we want to get things right and we want to bring everybody on board and we all need to go on taxis, then most certainly once we have a tender put out, all the compliances in place, that which Justin wants to put in, everybody else in place can come and we can be active, and that would mean we could do our park and rides, we can definitely take taxis from home, but as it is for now, it brings a big concern as to the industry as is, and that's what I'd like to bring my voice, my situation in the taxi industry.
Thank you, Verlene. I'm not too sure if the panelists want to respond to that. Taken as a good comment. Paul, you want to say something?
Yes, just a part of that comment was that the driver drives the way he does because because he has to make a target. He has to pay the owner first, and then he has to make some money for himself. And that if, for example, a tender was awarded, then these guys would presumably be on legal minimum wages and other terms and conditions. A question that was asked once me by a reporter on Business Day is, if the taxi driver is paid a fixed wage, but the services are unscheduled, then why should he do anything other than sit under a tree all day? Now, the questioner just now spoke about this would be a tender and therefore there would be presumably timetable services and so on. But the difficulty there is that getting a group of taxi operators, perhaps in the form of an association, to bid for the tender and then successfully carry it out, that's quite a long way away, excuse me, from where they are today.
Thank you, Paul. Let's throw the table. Yes, thank you, Peter.
Just a thought, and I don't have a direct solution here, but typically within the standards environment, and maybe Paul would be in a position to lend a word of advice or input. Tachograph related technologies, or let's call them vehicle adherence related technologies, might be a future way within, or reality within which the monitoring of vehicles can take place in order to ensure compliance. Although this would not be ideal, it would almost be a secondary consideration. I think that is an example of where standards could play a role in the future. When these technologies become sufficiently sophisticated, and there might well be technologies that can actually address this reality, and I think that might be where Paul can come in. But that would be an example, for example, where standards could or maybe lend a hand within this reality. Thank you.
Peter?
Harry, can I just respond to that very quickly? Yes, there are all sorts of monitoring devices. I'm not a technical man, so I don't know what they are, but clearly today a taxi could have something embedded into it that would talk, that would report on its actions, where it is, whether it was speeding and so on and so forth. The question, however, is who's going to take any notice of it? And if it is going back to the owner of the taxi, he's really not that bothered. He sent his taxi out, and I'm not being unkind here. This is just a fact of the informal sector. He sends his taxi out in the morning, and at the end of the day, the guy comes back with some money. So would the reporting be to, for example, the traffic police? In which case we might find that the tachograph or its equivalent might not work very well for quite a long time. So there are all those these techniques that can be used, but there's a structural change that is needed in the organization of taxi operations before management can play its part.
Hi, Eric. Suren, can I add something to that?
Yes, please.
In terms of technology, you know, listening to everybody today, I think one of the basic things we need to do is look at the policies and how we go forward in terms of that. In terms of technology, it's out there for monitoring, for adherence, for contract adherence. You already have these kind of systems in place. But like Paul mentioned as well, you know, having this there, you need somebody to view it, somebody to manage all this information coming in, so that you adhere to those contracts. And, you know, like everybody was alluding to today, once you have the basis that's set out, then you can put in these systems that already exist. It can already give you the information and use those to adhere to those compliance.
Thank you, Shireen. You know what you're talking about. You're from Kuba Pay, one of our gold sponsors. Thank you very much for your input. All right, more questions from the audience?
Thanks, Harry. If I can come in. It's Andrew Barker.
Thank you, Andrew.
I think Paul led the elephant into the room. The rules are there. The regulations are there. The compliance and enforcement is not. And the anomaly we have is informal sector versus regulation. By its very name, it's informal. It doesn't know what regulation is there. It's focusing on immediate gratification and getting things done. As we've just heard, the taxi driver needs to get down to Cape Town quickly. And really, it is until we address that elephant, where the regulations are there, the policies are there, the enforcement is not. And one has to understand, and I think a number of people do understand already, why the enforcement is not there. It's because of the involvement of the enforcers. And until that is addressed, and you know, there was talk about a structural change. That's part of the structural change we've got to look at. It's part of the corruption that we've got to look at. The people are doing things illegally. And unfortunately, I put it on the table, the enforcers are in the middle of it. And this came out when I was working with the taxi industry, because we were saying the same thing. Why aren't the rules being obeyed? Why aren't they being enforced? Why aren't there being penalties being handled out? And the enforcers don't like enforcing themselves. And that is a huge elephant that we need to address. And until we address that, we're not going to get regularization. We're not going to get formalization. And we've got to see how, as an industry, we can address this elephant. And it comes down to peer review. It comes down to the industry as a whole standing up and saying, we're going to improve ourselves and sort ourselves out. Because we can throw everything we like at that industry. It is a very powerful industry. It's got some very powerful traditions. And until we start to look at how we change those and improve those and address those, I'm sorry, but we can talk till the cows come home. But that elephant Paul led in this afternoon is probably the biggest issue that we need to address. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrew. Buji, you were nodding your head all the time. Maybe you want to say something to us?
Yes, I actually just wanted to add to what Andrew was saying is that perhaps what we also need to look at is the very reason why this informal industry has grown exponentially and literally taken over from rail in South Africa without regulatory enforcement. And something that we also need to get to agree with is the fact that it was government's attitude towards the taxi industry that allowed it to have its agile nature, that allowed it to be quick to market, that allowed it to be able to set itself up very quickly and literally start operating overnight wherever there's a new development. It's a necessary nuisance. And the lack of regulatory enforcement from the government side has made it the monster or the elephant that it is. And in its very nature of informality, of course, they are going to refuse complying to regulation because it's worked for them in the past. And I think perhaps that's the conversation we also need to have.
Quite a challenge, I would say. Yeah,
Harry,
I think we
can I
also
come
need
in?
leadership. Yes,
Excuse
Peter.
interrupting you. Apologies for interrupting you there, Harry. I think Andrew has very succinctly summarized the reality. The reality, or what strikes me here is willing buyer, willing seller. I think that there will need to be a fundamental shift in terms of the approach of the industry itself. And those people that form and play key roles within that industry in terms of their wish and desire to be part of the solution, as opposed to perhaps finding alternative ways of approaching, the challenges that they have. And once that fundamental mental shift has taken place, I think everything else will happen. But it's a question of achieving that and putting structures in place to achieve that reality. Because you can also legislate and attempt to control an industry unless you have the willing participation of the people within that industry. It's going to be very difficult to achieve that reality. And I don't think that anyone around this table today of us would be able to influence that significantly, other than perhaps agreeing on how this could potentially be achieved, and then having those solutions implemented in a manner that's required. That's this. Goodness. Have I been muted? Did you hear what I said?
No, we heard you. We heard you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just juggling around you with load shedding from one power source to another. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, valuable input. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you, Henry.
I see there's no other questions in the chat room yet and nothing from YouTube. So the guys are, I think, very impressed with your panelists. Let's take each one of our panelists for some closing remarks. Maybe we can start there with Buji. Will give you as host the last word. So let's start there with, say, Paul Browning. Maybe if you can give us some closing comments.
No, I don't have anything much further to say other than Minister Mbalula is definitely showing a determination that perhaps has been absent from many, if not most, of his predecessors. It will be interesting to see what he achieves. However, he must, with great respect, he and his department and his officers must avoid the temptation of saying, we have agreed with the national leadership and therefore they will pass the message down the line and everything will come to fruition. As I think Vuyisile said earlier, the change will take place and it can only take place, it can only be agreed at local level. And the important person is the individual taxi operator who often just does not want to change.
Thank you, Paul, for that one. We really appreciate that. I just see here Landiwe Maslangu. Landiwe, you want to say something? Landiwe, if you can unmute yourself.
No, for me, it was just a short question is, do we know how efficient the industry is? You know, I mean, there's been some kind of talk. And when I say industry, I mean, you know, the taxi industry. And I'm talking about more in terms of sustainability. You know that in any industry, it becomes sustainable if ever, for instance, there are scale, but it could also become unsustainable purely because it's just simply beyond the macro demand. But do we know, has there been recent studies that has been done in terms of the efficiency of the industry, just to have a sense of its sustainability going forward? Thank you.
I don't know which one of the panelists want to talk about that one, perhaps. Buji, can you perhaps give it a go?
Yeah. I think I can, we would certainly be willing to share some insights with you, Landile, but for purposes of this forum, the taxi industry is not sustainable. Growth in the taxi industry, when you're looking at the bottom line, you're looking at 0.02%. And it's the people or the stakeholders who participate in the upstream activities of the value chain that seem to be making a lot more money than the taxi operators who find themselves right at the downstream, at the very end of the downstream. So the taxi industry is not sustainable. Whether there is public commuter demand for a service such as the taxi industry, most definitely there is, but the cost of running a viable business or the economic cost of running a business in the taxi industry, it's not sustainable. It's not profitable at all.
Thank you, Vuji. Peter Cross, maybe some closing comments from your side.
Harry, thank you. I understand that my presentation was perhaps the most general in terms of its approach, and it was focused on standardization and the development of national standards. However, standardization and standards play a very important role within the field of transportation, and we would like to be of service to the automotive industry as a whole, the public transportation industry, And again, I would like everyone who's been part of this discussion forum to consider potential representation and or downstream in terms of the people that you deal with, looking at potential memberships as far as our technical committees are concerned, because we want to ensure firstly that industry is adequately represented. And that includes the taxi industry, for example. We have had overtures towards the taxi industry in terms of attendance, with mixed results, unfortunately. We will continue to try to attract people, but again, it's a willing buyer, willing seller reality, whereby you don't want to compel people, you want them to become part of this reality within the voluntary environment, within an environment where people believe that they would like to contribute, but that they would also be achieving realistic goals and realities within the standards environment. So we're here to service and serve the industry, and we'd appreciate support from role players within industry. And I have an idea that I might have had interactions with Paul, I'm not sure, with regard to the taxi industry already. I think that closes what I had to say. I hope that the message of standardization has been conveyed today, and the fact that it plays an important and fundamental role within supporting industry and the greater South African economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Much appreciated, and clearly and surely very important work you guys are doing. You know, keeping us together with standards and all the research you're doing. Definitely very important work you're doing. You're welcome to put your contact details in the chat room quickly. For people who want to contact you, perhaps. At the bottom of your screen, just chat room, and you can put it in there. Thank you very much. Don't know if Justin else from the panelists besides we still on board. Justin, you still here?
Yes, I am.
Closing comments.
I'm still here. Yeah, so I think, I mean, I was very interesting to just sit and listen to the discussion on the industry. I tried not to talk too much about the taxi industry today, but the important thing to just remember and reiterate, and it was in the comments, but I think it's worth just explaining, is I think the common wisdom has been, let's fix public transport and then we invite everybody to it. And for now, it's okay for you to use your car. I think we really need to challenge ourselves that we've been through a lot of pain through this year as a society, as a community, and we've reevaluated everything about ourselves. It's also time now to reevaluate our relationship with the car, reevaluate our relationship with personal mobility, and how that's keeping us from integrating as a society, having equality, having fair access to opportunities for all. And we really need to become very critical of private car usage.
Thank you, Justin. Much appreciated. Ibrahim, you're still on board? I think Ibrahim left. All right, before I give you the opportunity for closing comments and to say goodbye to everybody, I just want to say the next Transport Forum hosted by Abunyi will be the 17th of September. And we're looking at the challenge in terms of our economy and what we are doing, you know, to overcome these challenges we have in our economy. And this is also going to have very interesting panelists. So block 17th of September and your diary so long. It's going to be a very interesting day. So with that, I'm thanking you guys for participating from the Transport Forum side. And I would like to hand you over to our host for some closing comments and to say goodbye. Thank you, Vuji.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us today. I think also while we are in solutioning mode, what we always need to keep in mind is our context as a country, our context, socio-economic context is very important, specifically for public transport solutions. Now, one key statistic that we cannot run away from is that only 30% of South African households own a vehicle. The 70% rely on public transport. And that includes our labor force, that includes learner commuters who travel to school using public transport. So our solutions are always going to need to be driven by our socio-economic context. And specifically now zoning into that 70% that uses public transport, 68% of them use a minibus taxi. And we have established the importance of public transportation or transportation in general with regards to economic impacts and how it can enable economic growth or competitiveness in our country. So I think I'm looking forward to the conversation on the 17th of September. We are going to be taking an even deeper dive into the economics of public transport. We've got some really key speakers, leading economists in South Africa will be joining us. We are going to have senior representatives from National Treasury, senior representatives from the Department of Transport, Integrated Transport Cluster. So we are really going to be taking a deep dive leading towards the 1st of October, where we are now going to be starting to put together that roundtable that is going to be working on influencing and impacting policy and perhaps even revising the white paper on public transportation. I'm looking forward to our next collaboration. Thank you very much. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Ibrahim. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Paul Browning. It was really insightful. And thank you also to the chats on the group. I see some colleagues from CSIR. I also just want to acknowledge Helen. Helen has been a very keen follower and supporter and even contributor to the Transport Forum Ubunye engagements. Thank you very much, everyone. See you on the 17th of September. I guarantee you this one is going to be a really good one. I can't divulge the name, but we are going to have very key economic contributors who are going to be basically giving us an outlook with recent stats and recent developments with regards to transportation and economic policy. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.